Hello. Hello. Captain Bhandakar, can you see me? Can you hear me? Hello.
Good morning, sir. Can you hear us? Madhvendra, sir, can you hear us? Yeah. Can you check with them whether they can hear us? Good morning. A warm welcome to all of you. Good morning. This is a sound test.
Good morning. We can hear you. Yeah, loud and clear.
Zoom as well as can't hear.
Loud and clear. You're audible.
Good morning. Can you hear us?
You're audible. Loud and clear.
Clear, right?
Yes.
Good morning. Can you hear us? This is a sound test for Zoom. Yeah, I could hear.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Who's that? This is Madhvendra Singh. Can you increase your volume? Others can hear. Others can hear. His laptop volume or wherever is joined in. This is a sound test. Yeah. Others can hear. How come you can't hear? Can you check? Hello. Now I'm speaking on the mic. Can you please confirm if you can hear us? I can
Yes,
hear.
confirmed. We can hear you.
No, I can't hear you on laptop. You can't hear me. We are muted. Can you just click on it? See whether mute button is there, arrow icon is there. Near the mute button. Yeah, no. Next to mute, there is an arrow icon. That's top arrow icon. Just click on that and select the speaker that you're listening. Okay, so talking on the same phone. Yeah, we are talking on the same phone. You can't be able to do that. You just disconnect this call and it's. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. And also, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. The sound test is complete. Thank you.
Perfect. This is on the Zoom, right?
Yeah, we are hearing you on the auditorium here.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. I can hear you properly then.
Perfect. Thank you.
So
Good
what time
morning.
do we connect? My session is starting at 12.
I'll just confirm in a minute. 1 second. As I can see the flow, it says 12:30, but I would suggest you to join a little early so that we can, everything is on track.
Yeah, I'll join at around 12:10.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Kapil.
मैंने रुको ना फीस कर दिया अभी आप जूम पे जा सकते हो तो मैंने पहला ये है देखो कौन सा पहला है वो लेके आओ ना
कुटू हे टीव्हीला नाही लावतायत. रेकॉर्डिंगच त्यांनी पाठवलंय. नाही, त्यांनी आता सध्या म्यूट ठेवलं ना, कारण हे सगळं चालू आहे. हे सकाळी किती 9 वाजताच असेल. आता 10-15 मिनिटांनी चालू होईल. हा गोरेगावला आहे.
हॅलो, बोल ना. हा, बोल बोल. हॅलो 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 हॅलो. हा बोल बोल. काय झालं? काय?
ना
हा,
पाणी टाकून
कडे मध्ये सांगितलं.
तू खाल्लंस का काय? झोप ना. का आता टेन्शन घेऊन बसते?
खायला
खाल्लंस ना?
तुला
काय आहे?
चपाती करून दे का? पीठ मळून ठेवलंय मी.
एक एक आणि सिंगल आणि
मी पोहे करत होते, कुठूनही करून नाही दिलं. तुला अंडा चपातीच पाहिजे होती. बोल लवकर.
हाँ एक दे.
Hello. Very good morning, all of you. May I please request everyone to settle down so that we can begin today's event. Once again, very good morning, all of you. Myself, Anjali Tari from Ocean Trade Media. Welcome you for the Maritime Transport and Logistics Summit 2024. So, yeah, all
होस्ट कर ना हाँ होस्ट
also to join.
हाँ मी विचार करतो
We start our from our Saraswati lighting. So, CMMI, Captain Mr. Captain Pallavi Ocean Media, Hiramali Ocean Media. Yeah. Okay.
तुला काय लिंक पाठव. मला दे ना कनेक्ट करून त्याच्यात.
व्हॉट्सअप ओपन
To commemorate 75 years of Directorate General of Shipping, Maritime Transport and Logistics Summit 2024, with collaboration with CMMI and organized by Federation of Freight Forwarders Association in India, FFAI, Ocean Trade Media, Bhandarkar Publications, a symposium on ship financing, purchasing, leasing, and mortgage, supported by Ministry of Sports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. Indian Ports Association, Directorate General of Shipping, National Small Industries Corporation, Gujarat Maritime Cluster, Gujarat International
एक मिनिट जरा थांब.
International Financial Services Centers Authority. Our sponsors are powered by MPRA Shipping and Logistics Private Limited. Our Neptune partner, Board of Examinations for Seafarers Trust, Institute of Marine Engineers, the Company of Master Mariners of India. Earth partner, Indian Register of Shipping, Fleet Management Limited. Mercury partner, Seven Island Maritime Training Institute, K&K Ship Management, Maritime Union of India. May I now invite a Master of Ceremony for the morning session, Captain Kamal Chadda, Chairman CMMI, Warden. Please give a big round of applause to invite Captain Kamal Chadda on the dais. Thank you.
Good morning. I must warn you that these steps require some level of fitness to get up here. Thank you, Madam, for introducing me, but I don't think my introduction was complete, so I will go ahead and tell you a little more about myself. I am Captain Kamal Chadda. I edit a couple of magazines, and a lot of you might not know what editing a magazine is. So I'll tell you very quickly. The editor separates the grain from the chaff and publishes the chaff. That's my job there. Very difficult, actually. So, honored guests, distinguished speakers, maritime industry professionals, and esteemed colleagues, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this vibrant city of Mumbai for this momentous occasion, the Symposium on Ship Financing, Purchase, Leasing, and Mortgage. This summit brings together the brightest minds and influential decision makers in the field of maritime transport and logistics from around the globe to engage in meaningful dialogue, exchange groundbreaking ideas, and foster partnerships that will shape the future of our industry. The maritime sector has always been the backbone of international trade. As global economies expand and evolve, the importance of an efficient, resilient, and sustainable maritime transport system has never been more pronounced. Consequently, understanding the intricacies of ship financing, purchasing, leasing, and mortgage is critical for the continued prosperity and advancement of the maritime industry. The sessions ahead promise a rich tapestry of discussions focused on the challenges, opportunities, and innovations that shape ship financing and ownership. Our expert speakers will delve into the complexities of maritime economics, unveil the latest trends, and offer insights into managing risk and leveraging opportunities in this dynamic sector. We will explore the avenues for financing that empower ship owners to expand their fleets, consider the impact of environmental regulations on the valuation and leasing of vessels, and dissect the legal framework surrounding maritime mortgages and loans. It is our united effort to promote not just the exchange of knowledge, but also to facilitate a proactive platform for networking where key players can connect to explore new ventures and collaborations. Your presence here today is a testament to the vibrant future that lies ahead of maritime transport and logistics. So before we go any further, I'd like you all to applaud yourselves for being here at such a vital event. Please. Thank you. Thank you. Great. Put some energy as well. And I will instruct the speakers to be very careful that nobody falls asleep during their speeches. Because if somebody does fall asleep in the audience, it's the speaker that's going to be penalized. Please make the most of the opportunities the summit provides. Engage with fellow delegates, ask probing questions, share your experiences, and build relationships that will last beyond the close of our gathering. We all have something to learn and something to contribute, a synergy that is the hallmark of an event such as this. Finally, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our hosts, sponsors, the organizing committee, and all of you who have traveled from near and far to be here. Your commitment and participation are the driving forces that make events like these a resounding success. I wish everyone a productive and inspiring summit full of fruitful discussions that propel us towards a brighter, more innovative future for maritime transport and logistics. Let us sail on this journey of exploration and discovery together. Thank you. Okay, yeah, it's all right. Please, you're making me feel good. So, friends, let's open with a welcome address. I'd like to invite Captain MP Bhasin, who is the Managing Director at MSC Crewing Services India and Chairman of the Company of Master Mariners of India. Captain Bhasin. Captain Bhasin is presently the Distinguished Master of the Company of Master Mariners of India, a seasoned maritime professional. Captain Bhasin stands as a beacon of excellence in the industry. With unwavering commitment, he has tirelessly championed seafarer welfare, demonstrating a passion for ensuring the well-being of those who navigate the seas. His visionary leadership as the Managing Director of MSC reflects his dedication to fostering a thriving and secure maritime community. Please join us in welcoming Captain Bhasin.
Thank you, Captain Chadda. You know, before I come to my welcome address, when you put a media person on the stage, he steals everything away from you. And he knows, even if he prints sharp, he knows how to put glitter to that. So that's for Captain Kamal Chadda. I was told to present welcome address, but thanks for speaking everything on my behalf. Sir, I'm here today to welcome all of you on behalf of the seminar organizing committee. First time Company of Master Mariners of India, CMMI, commonly known as, has joined hands for this commercial seminar. CMMI is actually known for their professional upgradation and for training of the seafarers. It's a body of nautical officers also attached with the Director General of Shipping. But our professionals are well settled in ship owning, in chartering, in ports, in a very, very distinguished position. However, we could not have a forum to collect all of them under the CMMI banner. And this is the first time we are doing it. When we have eminent lawyers here, eminent port professionals, the people from finance, and the ports. This gives us an opportunity to showcase and shake hands with the industry. Symposium on the finance, purchase, and mortgage. We need to shake hands with the industry where already our brothers are there. I must mention our brothers and sisters. Today is a gender diversification era, and Madam Joshi is sitting here, the ex-chairman of SCI. So big round of applause because the ship fully manned by ladies were under her times. I would like to tell you our chief guest is on the way. I'll be back here again to welcome him shortly. In the meantime, we would like to go ahead with our symposium and our session. I welcome all the delegates, all the panelists, all the speakers for this wonderful symposium. And I do hope that all of us take away today something from this seminar. Thank you very much. कैप्टन कमल जड्डा ने बोला तालियां जोर से बजाइए.
Thank you, Captain Basin. Our guest of honor is Mr. Shyam Jagannathan, and we are waiting for him to come in, and we will then take a quick interruption there and have him come up and speak to us. But in the meantime, we will go ahead with our first session, which is the introduction and basics of ship leasing and finance. The first topic for the day is tax and regulatory considerations in ship leasing and impact of Indian financial service sector. The session chairman is Mr. Ravi Chopra. Mr. Chopra, would you like to come up, please? Mr. Ravi Chopra is Director, Corporate Affairs, Inter-Ocean Group. He has completed 53 years in commercial shipping. I think you should give him a big hand for that alone. 53 years. Wonderful. He's an honors graduate from St. Stephen's College, Delhi University. He began his apprenticeship with the Inter-Ocean Group in 1971, moved on to a stint with a leading shipbroking company in London, and upon returning to India was extensively involved in shipbroking encompassing dry and tanker chartering, as well as S&P and port agency. His assignments included commercial management of a shipowner's fleet of bulk carriers and operating a pioneering container feeder service in the subcontinent. For the past many years, Director for Business Development and Corporate Affairs with the Inter-Ocean Group, who have celebrated their 63rd anniversary last year. So please welcome gentleman here, Ravi Chopra, and I will now follow up with the speakers. Sir, you will be chairing the session. Would you like to sit here? Our speaker here is Mr. Ashutosh Sharma, Chief General Manager, IFSC. Mr. Sharma, would you like to please join us here? Mr. Sharma has over 2 decades of professional experience in banking, technology, international business, regulatory affairs, and policy matters. At IFSCA, he has actively contributed to various regulations and drives development of a broader financial ecosystem. Mr. Sharma holds an MBA in Finance and Strategy from ISB Hyderabad and a bachelor's in engineering from Delhi College of Engineering, Delhi University. Mr. Sharma, would you like to speak? I will get everyone up here and then we will start. Yeah, thank you. Advocate Ashwin Shankar. Please come up. Thank you. Advocate Ashwin Shankar, advocate and arbitrator who has completed his LLM, specializing in maritime law from London, is a maritime lawyer from the chambers of George Ribello. He, along with his team of commercial lawyers with an international client base, has an expertise in admiralty, shipping, wet and dry, ship construction, sale and purchase, ship finance, and mortgages. So there are lots of money up here on the stage. Interesting. Mr. Suresh Swami, please. Suresh Swami is partner at Price Waterhouse and Company. Is it company? Am I right? Yeah, company, LLP. When we talk about ship finance and accounting during sales and purchase, we need a reliable expert to look at the numbers therein. Mr. Suresh Swami, partner, Price Waterhouse and Company, is a chartered accountant with his main area of expertise in that particular area, which is looking at numbers. So there's a middle seat empty there. Do I sit there? No? All right. Okay. No, I will leave it to this gentleman here to begin, and we can start now. Yes, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow members on the dais. Once again, welcome to this symposium. And I think that the concept and the topics that have been put across are very pertinent considering the inauguration of the GIFT city. Without taking much time, may I request, Sharma Sahab, would you like to begin? May I request you to commence, make your presentation, please.
Don't have a presentation, but I'll just talk about it. Is it okay? Yes. I think better than. It's more comfortable. Should we have it Q&A form?
Sorry?
Should we have it conversation Q&A form? Should we have it make a conversation Q&A form?
Ask you to make your
And
presentation or whatever you're going to speak on.
that's okay, but I'll start. So sorry for the confusion, but it's good. It goes as interactive as it can be. But allow me to begin with, as they have told that I'm a regulator. Before regulator, I used to be a banker. I think like a capitalist, but I'm working in IFSC as a regulator, trying to develop GIFT IFSC as a global financial center. And just to set up some background to the people who are here, I don't do the shipping circuits so often as I've done the banking funds and maybe the aviation circuits. This is just my beginning of shipping circuit. So consider me a student. When he started his career, I think I came in the world almost a decade after that. So quite junior, and shipping I've just starting off. See, I think I will loop into ship leasing and what we're trying to do in GIFT IFSC. But just to emphasize the point, what GIFT IFSC is. GIFT IFSC is India's global financial center. And what does global financial center means? A center which is within India, but where you can do business only in foreign currency. So you cannot do the rupee business there. So for example, if ship brokers are in domestic side, they're doing the rupee business, they can do here. Ship leasing in rupee, they can do here. But if they want to do the foreign currency businesses, those businesses can be done in GIFT IFSC for the specific. And again, you cannot do just any activity. It's not just under companies law you can establish there. It's a financial jurisdiction, which means that IFSC is the regulator. In government of India, you have 4 regulators. Earlier, you have RBI, SEBI, PFRDA, RDI for different sectors. IFSC is the 5th financial regulator set up under Ministry of Finance in 2020, October. You have to take approval from IFSC to establish in GIFT IFSC. This regulator has identified different verticals of businesses which can be established into GIFT IFSC zone. Some of those businesses you can think of is banks, exchanges, funds. Then we look at, these are the core, insurance also. And certainly someone spoke to us about P&I Club. We are working into that within the insurance piece. We are looking at reinsurance, life insurance. All those businesses are in GIFT IFSC. But then we started looking into some other areas. You think about aircraft leasing, ship leasing. But why and how we are thinking about it? The reason GIFT IFSC has been established is because India has been offshoring a lot of its talent and onshoring or importing a lot of the services. All our students are going globally. While and also all of Indian shipping companies are also going outside, setting up in Dubai and Singapore. Indian banks go to Singapore and give loans to Indian companies in India. All these are happening because of the difference in regulations, taxation, ease of doing business perspective. Now, point is, can a country of India size, and you take pride in some of the data points here, think about India was 10th or 11th largest in 2014. Now you are 5th largest. You will shortly be 3rd largest country in the world. The kind of capital that you require runs in trillions of dollars to build ports, roads, infrastructure, also for the tech firms. All this capital that is flowing into India that is required to come into India, this capital is right now hopping through Hong Kong, Singapore. I think for a country of India size, the kind of fund, the capital that we need, we can do it efficiently only if we have our own financial center. And gift FSC is, you say GIFT, and in true sense, it's a gift to India. And I think in time to come, this jurisdiction is going to play a significant role as a secondary engine of growth for the country. This is the level of growth that we are seeing. We currently almost have 620 plus companies within the zone, which have been established in last 3.5, 4 years. Within this, we have banks. We have 26 banks, many international banks. Think about European, Singaporean, Japanese, American. Those banks have established in the zone. You have funds which have come here. You have India, NSE and BSE have set up the exchanges there. But also what we have done is that we had looked into, first we started looking into aviation. And in aviation, we saw that all of Indian aeroplanes, if you think of India has around 700 aircrafts. And most of these aircraft, almost all of the aircrafts,
85% aircrafts are on rent. Ownership is very less. And all these aircrafts, India has rented from Dublin. So all of us who have traveled from different parts of the country and when we have paid our fares today, large part of that fare is going to go to Dublin. And that is reflect for the country.
It's not only because but also strategy. When you look at in countries so much dependent on the ownership of asset outside of India, it's a geopolitical risk. We need to bring that ownership here. When we started that journey sometime back,
and now we have 27 aircraft companies. We have existed from pilot aircraft to corporate jet to helicopter to wide-body aircraft.
I've been pleased from
I'm talking about a $6 to $150 million. These assets have been leased from gift after the very first time of the years.
We looked around a year or so, but when we look into it, we saw some data points and we saw that, okay, think of companies like Tata and YK. You think of Adani's, the Reliance of India. You think of even a smaller company which have 2, 3, 5 ships in India. They've all gone outside. Why they have gone outside? And when I do the comparison, I think of, say, Singapore. If you think of the coastline of Singapore, which I think is around 230, 250 kilometers, and India's coastline itself is 35 times the coastline of Singapore. India's GDP is significant, the size of Singapore. But when you think of gross tonnage in Singapore, it is more than 5.5 times India's gross tonnage. Why is it so? And who is contributing those tonnage? Those tonnage is being contributed by Indian companies also who have set up their establishment there. Why? I think all the companies will love to come back to India if we are able to provide them the right ecosystem, ease of business, tax framework, the jurisdiction in which they can operate in same time zone, tap into the growing market of India and serve the world as well. I think these are some of the problem statements that at GIFT FSC we are trying to solve. So I will respond to some of those questions there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. Yes, indeed, Gift City would be an ideal concept. But as far as the shipping side is concerned, at this moment of time, I think there's still not enough clarity. As you know, we don't have enough Indian flag ships. So predominantly, almost more than 80% of our cargoes are moving on foreign flagships. Now, apart from those that are chartered in, these days, a ship owner prefers not to get into the nitty-gritty of doing a voyage charter and likes to give his ship out either on a trip time charter or short-term or long-term. And therefore, an industry which we today refer to as ship operators has come up. Predominantly Indian owned, and most of them, some of them are based in India, some of them are based in Singapore. And this is a service side of the shipping industry, which needs to come into Gift City. But there's also a little bit of a gray area. I mean, the two other major services which the country provides, as I said, over 80% of our cargo is carried on foreign flag ships. And these are chartered in through Indian ship brokers. Reciprocally, when the ship comes in, they're handled at the ports by the Indian agents. Now, to the best of my knowledge, at the last interaction, at least that we had, there was not much clarity as to whether an agency house could open there and what would be the locus standi of a broker's establishment vis-a-vis what is already happening outside of the gift city in India. Thank you.
See, this is where the experience comes handy. All right. So he knows it all. So I think, as I mentioned, that GIFT FSC is designed as a financial jurisdiction. So when we conceptualized initially, we looked at core businesses, we looked at banks, funds. Then when we looked at India's need on infrastructure side, we looked at aviation and shipping. Within aviation shipping or any equipment leasing, there are two kinds of leasing that happen. One is finance lease, other is operating lease. In India, operating lease is not defined as a financial instrument. It's a rental agreement. So initially, we said that we should permit only financial lease. But then we extended the argument and we went to government. And for IFSC only, we defined operating lease also as a financial instrument, as a financial product. Hence, we enabled operating lease and finance lease. Now, then when we were looking at this framework, a lot of debate came out whether voyage charter should be enabled or not, because we were not clear that is it even leasing or not. So initially we decided not to, but subsequently a lot of discussion happened with DG Shipping as well as association and all, and voyage charter was also enabled. So when we decided on what to be enabled, we had two things in our mind. One is whether it is financial services or whether it's a non-financial service. Second part is that what are we trying to achieve is onshoring the offshore. What has gone outside the country, we want to bring it here. We do not want to create a loss to the exchequer and bring what is already onshore into GIFT FSC. So that is not the intention, but these are the principal approaches that we have taken so far. With that in mind, what is in our mind right now, what we think can be enabled subsequently could be maybe equipment leasing, maybe can be next. Within equipment leasing, we can think, for example, can container be leased? Because that's a strategic thing for India. And during COVID, India had a situation with the containers. And we are discussing, and Madam is here, we will probably seek some points from her because SCI certainly has a role to play here. And we are engaging with SCI now as well, at the current management. But we want to enable that. Service providers, we have enabled ship brokers in GIFT FSC so far. It has been enabled under ancillary services within GIFT FSC. Ship brokers can come. But again, our principle will be that entities from India should not shift their base. If they are coming into GIFT IFSC, they should come there for incremental business so that India gains incremental, because there are so many tax benefit provided in the jurisdiction. So that India has to gain. We don't want to, you can say, consume the business which is already in domestic side. We want to contribute incrementally to the country, principle wise.
Wouldn't that be a kind of paradoxical situation? Because if you do attract the service providers, they will be moving out of India then. So to that extent, you are taking it away from here. And the other question I put to you was with regard to port agency. What about port agency? That's a major service provision that is extended in this country for all ships, Indian and foreign.
Sir, we have not looked into it. Don't grill me in front of the entire world. We can have a discussion. We have two eminent panelists here. Give them some time here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. Suresh, would you like to come across?
Sure. So maybe I'll step back here for a minute for the benefit of the audience here and just simplify a little bit some of the concepts, because maybe that's important for you to understand the key discussion points. First of all, as Mr. Sharma said, what is gift? What is IFSC? I think this is first fundamental thing which we need to understand. GIFT stands for Gujarat International Finance Tech City, right? It is a zone in Gujarat. It's like 20 minutes away from the Ahmedabad airport. It's in Gandhinagar. It's a zone, right? It's like any other enclave where you can go in and you can carry on business. That zone is divided into two parts. One is the domestic zone and the second is the international zone. International zone is in the special economic zone. So there is one area demarcated, which is the special economic zone. And when you come and set up entity there, when you come and set up a shipping entity there, and you take registration with the IFSCA. IFSCA stands for International Financial Service Center Authority. And that's where Mr. Sharma comes from. So you make an application to Mr. Sharma. He will give you a license and then you can carry on your business from there. Now, before we get into what business you can do, what is also important to note is that when you are carrying on business from India, you have to carry on rupee business, right? You have all your transactions are in Indian rupees. When Mr. Sharma said that you are allowed to carry on only dollar business there, what he meant was that a few years back, maybe when this whole concept was thought about, Reserve Bank of India issued a notification. He said that if you are an entity in GIFT IFSC, you will be treated as a non-resident entity from an exchange control standpoint, right? So therefore, as soon as you take a license with the IFSCA, you will become a non-resident entity. Very much within India, very much operating from India, but for all practical purposes, for the exchange control standpoint, you will be treated as a non-resident entity, right? That's fundamental as far as this whole discussion is concerned. Secondly, what happens is that, as Mr. Sharma mentioned, that India's attempt is to onshore the offshore. You know, many of your peers or many of your subsidiaries are actually gone out. You set up subsidiaries overseas, or many of your peers are actually gone overseas. And they are actually doing India business, but they are either based in Singapore or they are based in Dubai or somewhere else, right? The entire attempt of IFSC is to actually bring all those services back into India. And we cannot bring it to mainland India, but you can, of course, bring it to this enclave, which is GIFT City, right? So that is the overall attempt, right? So that's from a conceptual standpoint, it's very important to know. Now, when you bring companies back to India, obviously the question will be that India is a tax-paying country. We are in Singapore, we are in Dubai, we are not paying any tax. What is the use of coming to India? Who will come to India? It's not makes economical sense. So to address that issue, government has given a 10-year tax holiday, right? It says you come set up presence here, but you don't need to pay tax for 10 years. So 10-year, 100% complete holiday, complete tax holiday. You can in fact choose when your 10-year tax holiday starts in a period of 15 years, right? First 15 years, when you register, when you get the license, you can choose when your 10-year tax holiday. So first 5 years, you can scale up. You can say, I want to do this business. I want to scale up. I don't want to start the tax holiday first year. And from 5th year, you can start claiming the tax holiday. So there are certain benefits as far as tax holiday is concerned. Also, in terms of your borrowings, for example, let's assume you want to start owning a ship. So what are the businesses which you can do from here? You can either own a ship, buy a ship, you give it on charter, you do a bareboat charter from IFSC to Indian companies or foreign companies. You do a time charter, right? You do a voyage charter. All of that has been enabled. So you can actually do that from GIFT City. right? And all your income, all your profits for a period of 10 years will be exempt from tax. That's very important for you to know. For the purpose of financing, right? And this conference is also about financing, leasing. Now, when you want to buy a ship, obviously you need finance. Who will finance? There are a lot of banks which are actually operating in GIFT City. These are again similar to shipping companies. These are Indian banks as well as foreign banks who have got license from the authority, and they lend in foreign currency. So when they lend in foreign currency, when they earn income, they are also not subject to tax. So you obviously can imagine that when they are not subject to tax, they can of course give you much better rates. So they can give you much better rates in terms of lending, right? So if you set up, if you want to own, you can actually go to Indian banks which are set up there, or foreign banks which are set up in IFSC, and you can borrow. You can also borrow from foreign non-residents. When you borrow from non-residents, if you're borrowing in India and when you make a payment of interest to the non-resident, what does India do? India says the non-resident is taxable in India, right? And the non-resident or the foreigner doesn't want to pay tax. He says, as a borrower, you bear all the taxes. I don't want to bear anything. I want my money net of tax. So what happens is your cost of borrowing goes up. So how can you change that? You do the borrowing from GIFT City. When you do the borrowing from GIFT City, the non-resident is not taxable. So therefore, he doesn't push on the burden of tax onto you, right? So therefore, your cost of borrowing becomes simpler, easier. So there are these advantages which one can look at. So you can do owning, you can even lease in and lease out. So for example, chartering, right? You want to lease in, lease out. That is also permitted. And if you do that lease in, lease out from India, obviously, again, the same tax issues keep cropping up. Non-resident taxable in India. So you can't do that lease in, lease out from India. You can actually do that from GIFT City. And the non-resident not taxable, and your tax efficiency also goes up. So those are the advantages really to look at. And as Mr. Sharma said, apart from owning, leasing, you can also do asset management. You can do technical management. You can do commercial management for your own ships. You can also do for your clients. You can do for third-party ships as well. So that is also something which has been enabled. And what is also enabled is stock broking. Not stock broking, but ship broking. Ship broking is also enabled. And you get the same benefit, 10-year tax holiday. Of course, we have to safeguard that we should not end up shifting the entire business from India, but there are incremental businesses which can happen that can actually come in there. So there will be a way to actually structure it. And I am a tax consultant and we have a lawyer here. We will be more than happy to help you think through the whole thing of how to really manage this whole thing. Right?
I think Suresh is in the wrong profession because he's an excellent marketing man. Every time he sits on a seminar, he's practically got everybody convinced to open an office immediately. But that's fair enough, Suresh. As usual, you put it across very succinctly. But the problem is that, at least I'm speaking about the shipping sector. There still seems to be a gray area. Maybe a little more exemplification needs to be done of an actual constructive, viable, practical, happening at the GIFT City, which would evidence all the benefits that are there. Because right now there is an apprehension from what I see and observe in the industry. And when you say only incremental business should move into the GIFT City, that's very difficult to define. That's very difficult to define because after all, whatever business is being done in the services sector, in shipping or in the owning sector, the incrementation is on that base. So how do you define that? But nevertheless, thank you. That was very clear. I think now Ashwin will come into the legal aspects of it. Ashwin, would you like to go ahead?
Thanks, Mr. Chopra, for always providing the most balanced view. It's very useful to hear both sides of the story. I think what I'll first deal with very briefly is the relevance of Section 406 of the Merchant Shipping Act and whether it should be equally applicable for companies in the GIFT City. Now, what is 406? Essentially, 406 is what appears to be a remnant of the old time license Raj. If either an Indian owner or an Indian charterer wants to charter a ship anywhere in the world, he needs to take prior permission from the Director General of Shipping. I have rarely seen this being used in the private sector at all. And I often question what is the purpose of the need for this permission. It's there in the rule book. It needs to be followed. It is occasionally followed. It has some historical value, but is now appearing to be a hindrance in the ease of doing business. So one of the requests that IFSC has is don't apply the need for section 406 to companies registered over there, which is something which makes a lot of sense to exempt it. Now, why is it, let's take a balanced view. What are the benefits it has as compared to why should it be taken away? The benefits are very little. There's no need to take a permission in my view. It doesn't serve anybody's knowledge or database in telling who's doing what kind of chartering. But what are the disadvantages? The disadvantages are substantial. First is it promotes the license Raj. It requires you to take permission for just doing a simple contract anywhere in the world to anywhere else in the world. But why take a permission for that? One. Number two, as you are all familiar, charter parties are fixed within a matter of hours. It can't be in the real world that one charterer or one owner, merely because they are in India, is not able to clean fix a recap because he's now waiting permission from the DG shipping or from the INSA, which may take, even though efficient, will not be as fast as what the needs of the industry is, making it that all candidate ships which are on subs will soon be lost for want of permission from the charterer's end, behind the scene from the DG shipping. The third, and I think the biggest complication, is on all the contracts that have been fixed without taking Director General of Shipping permission, is we do have a doubt on the validity of those contracts because those have been entered into without the necessary prior permission. Now take an example of say an Indian charterer who's fixed a vessel without taking permission and then realizes that he's entered into an unprofitable deal and wants to get out of that contract. Are you going to allow this charterer to say that though I had fixed a contract, it was without permission, which I was myself required to take under 406, and therefore this contract is unenforceable? And this is certainly going to be used by Indian charterers who want to get out of unprofitable contracts, or vice versa also, from a foreign owner who wants to get out of an Indian contract. But that's going to create a mess in business. It's going to be an embarrassment, whoever causes it. And there's no real purpose behind it. So therefore, my recommendation is in agreement with what the request is from the IFSC, is let people carry on business, enter into contracts, do their business, make their wins or their losses, but in a clean, normal commercial manner, without the need for taking irrelevant license Raj permission from historic reasons. So hence my recommendation is that 406 requirements must be waived as far as IFSC shipping companies are concerned.
I entirely agree with you, Ashwin, and but to the best of my knowledge, this was a license which was meant to protect Indian shipping and Indian flagships in the old days. That if there was an Indian flagship, then the permission to charter in a foreign flagship was not given very easily, etc. So to the best of my knowledge, this was a protection mechanism which was there historically to protect Indian ships, Indian flagships. But you're absolutely right. This would be a major hindrance to the operations in IFSC.
Now, see, the way I think, I look at it more in a structured manner. I'll dissect it in two things: that what is IFSC is outside from FEMA, but it's India under law. So IFSC has got powers under 17 acts, but DG shipping or their powers as a section or a domain regulator, it applies both in domestic as well as in IFSC. However, we have given a proposal. See, the problem that Ashwin mentioned, it's I say that, is it IFSC level problem? Is it country level problem? I think the problem here stated is a country level problem. And the question should go to DG shipping probably for this. What IFSC is doing on this is that We are saying, okay, when the ship owners or the ship lessors are coming into GIFT IFSC, they can do 2 or 3 kind of a flow business. They can come from outside, set up in IFSC, they can lease into India or charter into India, or they can come from outside, be in IFSC and charter outside India. When a non-resident is coming into IFSC and is sending the charters outside, it's out and out. So our proposal is already given to DG Shipping that 406 should not apply because effectively it's not coming into Indian waters. What happens in India waters, as I mentioned, is a larger discussion, the DG Shipping level discussion. They need to take a call on it in wider view, their domain.
Point taken. And I would just make a suggestion that we all, I think, basically are fully supportive of the IFSC concept, of the GIFT City concept. And what I suggest is that all stakeholders, including the administrators of the GIFT City, work together towards solving these problems rather than split it out that, well, you go to DG Shipping and you do this. We have to do this together. It's a national situation. We are promoting a concept which is going to be greatly beneficial, I think, for the country. I think if there are any questions from the audience, the panel would.
Oh, that's the background. And thank you very much. This is the first time we are having interaction with respect to GIFT City and hearing directly from the regulator, the lawyer, and of course, the financial consultant. We may have agreement or disagreement or certain things said, but maybe we need more clarity on what is said here. One thing which Mr. Suresh had said got the bell ringing for us. You said that if you set up a company in GIFT City, you can give the vessels on bareboat charter. Indian flagships, right, sir? That would be news to you as well, isn't it? The laws do not permit Indian ship owner to give bareboat chartering because almost in all cases, when the vessel is chartered on bareboat, there's a flag change requirement.
So what I'm saying is that you will be owning the ship. Obviously, the entity which is there will be owning the ship in IFSC, right? It will carry the India flag. And then you bareboat it to Indian party, right? There is no problem with that, right?
So the bareboating can be done within India without GIFT City also, sir. So that's why we're looking at the advantage if there is any. When you said
so the advantage will be a multifold, right? In terms of your financing. For buying a ship, before you bareboat the charter the ship, you need to buy the ship. For buying the ship, you need financing. Where will you get efficient financing? Do you get efficient financing? Or in fact, I would say, how can you make sure that you get efficient financing from within India, right? If you do it within India, but from GIFT City, you get better terms, better deal, right? In terms of financing, because the financier is not subject to tax. And your profits also, when you are bareboating it or out, your profits also not subject to tax. So therefore, there is a difference. I agree with you that you can, of course, do this with it from India, but can you do it in a much better or efficient manner? And the answer to that is yes, you can do it if you do it through GIFT City.
Sir, thank you. I have 3 questions. In fact, the last question is the most pertinent question and which relates to the debt servicing or financing. My colleague Vikas, we are all ship owners here, small ship owners. So we know a little bit about, how the ship purchase acquisition is funded. The second thing was with Mr. Advocate. Yes, you said that regarding 406 and the session chair addressed that briefly. And we have an ex-CMD of SCI sitting here with us, Mrs. Joshi. Cabotage revolves around cabotage, right? The cabotage in India is not cabotage as in USA. Here the cabotage can be relaxed with the 406 section. So as you said rightly, the question is to be posed to Director General of Shipping. And then there are two stakeholders in India, INSA and ICSA, with respect to Indian ship owning, Indian flag ship owning. So many of us believe who have invested heavily, especially the coastal trade, we would expect the protection to continue. And only when and where we are unable as ship owner to provide the tonnage, then the government can allow for an entity or vessels to be chartered. That's our position.
Can I just respond to that? So I think government of India is very much cognizant of the interest of the Indian owners and the way they have kind of developed the regime, right? So there is a right of first refusal, which is there put it in the law. They have very consciously said that Indian owners who are in India, mainland India, they will always get the first right of refusal. The second right of refusal will go to gift city, which is again within India, right? But maybe it has beneficial tax treatments and all of that. So therefore, the second right of refusal will go to them, and then it will go to outsiders. So therefore, from your perspective, your interests are protected. You can balance. You can see what works for you better. Do you working from India works better for you, or working from India but within gift city works for you better? You have that option to evaluate and see what's economically more beneficial for you, and then take a decision.
Yes, sir. Please don't take it. Otherwise, we are trying to hammer out and see what is the takeaway for us as Indian ship owner. So regarding the right of refuse, sorry, you want to say something?
Just to clarify, this cabotage is covered under 407. And what we were discussing is under 406.
Yeah, okay. But then there is a link to that, that if a foreign vessel wants to operate on Indian coast, then the license comes through 406. So the ROFR, we are aware of the pecking order, and we are happy that the gift city also has been added, in the list of right of refusal. So that we are fully aware. But sir, the last question. You said that the business through gift city can be done in foreign currency, which you later clarified. Very simple question. I want to buy another ship, or my friends want to buy another ship. The traditional method has been taking bank loan within India, not gift city. And we all know the debt servicing, the interest rates are high, payment terms are very short. This is where it hits at hardest. A ship productive life of 25 years, and I'm giving a loan term of 7 years. And that's where the gift city should look at it. That 7 years is not working. It is hitting our cash flow. Am I right? All of us who are ship owner or who manage ships know. So that's one thing. And the second thing, after the getting finance for the ship, is a question of registration. I understand about 10-year tax break exemption and GST and all that. We have informed about that. In terms of registering the ship in the gift city or in that jurisdiction, we do still have to comply with MS Act, correct? So it will be Indian flag.
It is Indian flag, and you have to comply with the law of the land.
Yeah, so that will prevail. So as far as compliance duties are concerned, that remain unchanged. So it's only the tax benefits and the financial, advantages that we can have. From ship owner side, I can tell you this is one of the things which deters us from investing, because the structure of financing being such short term, and of course high interest, well, that's the reality of the country. But that 7-year or 6-year or 8-year structure is not conducive to investment in shipping in India. Thank you.
Can I just respond to that financing question, sir? So again, just on because it's a financing seminar and pertinent question, what you need to also look at, right, is here in India, you obviously have the Indian financiers whom you deal with. So therefore, their terms are obviously 6 years, 7 years, 8 years. Now, when you come to gift city, you are outside the exchange control norm, right? Indian exchange control FEMA does not apply to you. And then the entire world opens to you, right? You then can actually go to any financer, be it in gift city or outside. And the manner in which international financing is done, you can get in the same terms. It is something which is available to you, and it's then for you to negotiate with those respective international financiers to give you better terms.
Yeah.
This is very important. I need one more follow-up question.
I think I may want to make one generic comment, and then I think I'll make a very pertinent points that you are raising here. I really like the passion that flowed from your side. But I think, and I told, we are engaging very closely with INSA already. I think probably we have not worked with you. You're also most invited to come to GIFT FSA and have held a discussion with us. We believe in, first is the building of trust. And I think very first thing that all of us should acknowledge is that all of us, whether in GIFT FSC or domestic side, the owners, we are on same side. We are all working to build the capacities in India. And GIFT FSC will work hand in hand with the industry to bring the efficiencies. If Indian, we have understood and the problem statement had come to us and a lot of problems, whether financing, you raised the point here, the capacity, the tenors, the taxation structures, the GST structures, all of those inefficiencies, some of those can be addressed in GIFT FSA. At the same time, India tonnage can go up. So I think of GIFT FSA's jurisdiction through which Indian ship owners can enhance their India flag tonnage significantly at the lower cost structure and still serve India market. So think of it as a complement to you. ROF has already addressed that packing order, as you rightly said. I think in terms of tenor, the question that you raised, and I've had a discussion with bankers in Europe, Singapore, and different part of the world. And regarding our ship owners globally, getting the financing for the tenor that you're talking about 25, I'm talking about the leaders. If you look into the top financiers who are financing the ships, the guys who have at least 40 to 50% share in the ship financing market globally, I'm speaking of the feedback from them that globally the tenors don't match, the financing tenor don't match. If they match, it will not become competitive for you. It will become very costly. The cost of borrowings will go significantly high. Can it be more than 7 years? Maybe it can be more than 7 years. I think the what in GIFT FSC you think about is that currently maybe the banks, Indian banks specifically, they do not do the asset financing purely. They at times do the balance sheet financing, and they at times ask for additional collaterals instead of looking at only the ships. Whereas foreign banks do have that capacity. I think for Indian ship owners, we should think about how can we leverage the capital from outside India while engaging with Indian banks. Maybe if you come to GIFT FSC and there are 26 banks, and if you say a roadshow there, and you try to structure a deal which can be fronted by Indian bank, participated by foreign bank, or led by foreign bank, participated by Indian bank, you can really structure a very cost-efficient structure there, because Indian banks will know your credit and foreign banks know how to structure the deal. And this will be a journey, but the journey has already started. So far in GIFT FSC, we have 10 leasing companies which have taken approval from us. And if you are following the news, then you will know that the likes of Reliance, which has actually exited India and large, effectively they are in Dubai now. They have decided to come back into GIFT FSC. They are making investment of almost 52,000 crore. In this way, the companies like Mitsu OSK, these are among the largest container ships. They are thinking about coming into GIFT FSC. Indian ship owners also, replace and all, they also come to GIFT FSC. They started chartering there. So different business models will find a fitment to that jurisdiction. Think about GIFT FSC adding efficiency to the Indian industry. And we will support whoever comes there. I think we invite all the ship owners to come to GIFT FSC, have a discussion. If you want to have a joint discussion with the bankers who are in GIFT FSC, we can actually get into a room with and invite all the bankers also there. So main point is that all of us are on the same side. The passion flows for India.
Okay, I'm president of ICC Shipping Association. That is a coastal ship owners. He is the honorary secretary. I'm also a small ship owner. My suggestion is that we make it Indian citizen centric. If you are an Indian citizen and if you want to be a ship owner, it is a choice of that Indian citizen. He wants to flag out to a foreign flag or an Indian flag. So the right of first refusal, rather than being with Indian ship owners with Indian flag. This is my individual opinion. I'm just making a contribution hearing you all, because the first premise of ship owning is to take the lease or the finance at the best terms available to you. So in this regard, I agree with this honorable panel, and I feel enriched with this discussion. What has happened is, without any past baggage of how we are doing our business in India, I really don't see any special benefit to an Indian citizen by flagging out the vessel to Indian flag. There are other flags also available. So I feel that we have to move on in the future by involving DG Shipping also in this larger discussion. There's a lot of knowledge and experience in that department as well. So we should have further discussions and further deliberation on this subject, that what is best for India as a nation, what is best for Indian citizens as a nation. So I'll not elaborate how we can do it here, because it requires a lot of deliberation. That's my moot point. Thank you, sir.
Any more question?
Yeah, thank you. And with your permission, Mr. Chairman, is it okay to ask a stupid question? Yeah, yeah. Okay. I'm not a ship owner. I mean, the best I own is inflatable little boat for recreation. So don't worry about that. But my question is to Mr. Swami, who has been painting a very rosy picture of 10-year tax holiday and all that marketing, right? If I was in business and I would set up a business strategy, 10 years is a very medium term. You know, I would look at 20, 25 years long term. So my question is very straight. What happens after 10 years? What happens to that tax holiday? Should I exit and re-register under a new entity name, or what should I do?
So what happens after? So if for want of time, I couldn't elaborate a lot, but I would, since you raised this question, I'd say, see, first of all, you get an option to choose the 10-year tax holiday out of the first 15 years. Once your tax holiday begins and maybe ends after 10 years, then similar to what is there under Indian law, you have a right to opt for tonnage tax. You can go into tonnage tax and continue to pay tonnage tax. It's not that your tax liability is going to go up to 25%. Right? That's one thing. Also, additionally, when you are in the tax holiday period, you might see the markets are moving up and you want to exit from a particular asset. You want to sell off a particular asset. You will make capital gains, right? And that capital gain also, as far as gifted is concerned, is exempt from tax. Lastly, and very important point, which again I couldn't make earlier, is in terms of acquisition. Right? Today, if you buy an asset in domestic India, you pay 5% GST upfront. 5% GST cost of the asset, 5% upfront, you have to put down there, right? And then you keep getting that reimbursement over a period of time. You keep getting set off. When you come to Gift City, the 5% GST is not there at all, right? So you don't need to put in money and you don't need to reclaim. You don't need to take finance to pay that GST also, right? So multiple such benefits which you need to really look at.
Suresh, thank you very much. I think we are out of time for our panel. We can interact outside once we are networking, but I think we have been timed out. So I'd like to thank the panelists for their participation and indeed the audience, and we can continue to interact. Thank you very much, Kamal.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. One second. We need to give you your tokens of appreciation. Can we have the tokens of appreciation, please? And I'd like to welcome Sri Jagannathan. Mr. Jagannathan is here, the Director General of Shipping. Welcome, sir. And we will have you here at the mic shortly.
While the souvenirs are coming, in support of the Indian flag, I'd like to ask a question, Suresh. If we come to, let's say, Gift City and do our financing there as a ship owner, Can we put the ship under foreign flag?
Foreign flag is not possible. If you're owning a ship in India, it has to be India flag.
No, but then you're drawing a distinction. You're owning a ship in Gift City, but Gift City owner is getting second right of refusal. The first right of refusal, the first bona fides are with the ship owner who is in India. So why can't we buy under foreign flag if we come there?
Currently, because Indian law does not allow you to own a ship and fly a foreign flag. That is not
the gentleman's point.
This question has been discussed a lot, but I think the right person to answer is Sir.
Yeah, can we have the plaque of appreciation for Mr. Swami, please? And may I invite the chairperson of CMMI, Captain Basin, to please come up and do the honors. Thank you. A plaque for Mr. Shankar, please. For Mr. Ashutosh Sharma, please. And for the chairperson, Mr. Ravi Chopra, please. एक मिनट सर ग्रुप फोटो लेंगे
Thank you, sir. Thank you for.
Thank you very much, everyone. We have our Director General, our chief guest here, and I'd like to invite him to please come up. And Captain Bhandarkar would like to do the introduction. Sir, would you like to come up, please? Okay.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain Chenda. May I now invite Mrs. Joshi to come on stage, please. Mr. Ashutosh Sharma, can you please come up on stage, sir?
Fitness is there.
Allow me to introduce Sri Sham Jagannathanji, IAS, Director General of Shipping. Since the time he assumed office, Sri Jagannathan has displayed an unwavering commitment to the maritime industry. Whether physically present or virtually engaged, his steadfast support for maritime events and towards stakeholders has been commendable. It's evident how Sri Jagannathanji seamlessly embraced his role at the helm of shipping sector and has never shirked from participating in any event and has been proactively supporting industry initiatives. Sri Sham Jagannathanji, open door policy, soft-spoken demeanor, and silent dedication, and a will to understand and learn, and has reassuring presence, makes him a leader who works tirelessly for the welfare of the maritime community. Sir, may I invite Shyam Jagannathan ji to say a few words?
Thank you, Captain Bhandarkar. Namaskar. Good morning. Madam Joshi, Mr. Sharma, my colleagues on the dais and dignitaries of the dais. I will be brief. Firstly, I thank Captain Bhandarkar ji, Captain Bhasin, other industry stalwarts, and Ocean Trade Maritime to have set up this platform. And today the specific focus is on ship leasing, ship finance. I have just come from the Institute of Naval Architects, where the entire construct of ship building, ship repair was being deliberated upon. As the Director General Shipping, it is a privilege to be incumbent in this statutory office when so much is happening in the maritime sector. All of you have contributed to this evolution and this point of growth where we have reached. There have been discussions in the earlier session of the very niche bouquet of investment facilitation mechanisms being proposed in GIFT and the avenues that shall be available for ship financing, ship leasing. There are concerns. We have members here from the ICSA who have raised concerns on the age norms. I had spoken on this in the same forum here earlier. We are looking at a transition window in consultation with the stakeholders. The Honorable Prime Minister, sir, after having launched the Amritkal Vision 2047, specifically for the maritime sector, the mandate is to connect and to collaborate. And therefore, by doing these two, you create the right ambience. For the DG Shipping, 4 things are a priority. The first is safe shipping, meaning our seafarers and the vessels that ply our waters are safe, comply to all the compliance norms, and there is no dilution of the safety standards. The second is the shift, our transition towards sustainability. It is an ongoing engagement. The net zero 2050 by the IMO has been set. There will be a transition issue, and that is where age norms come in. The third priority that we have is for the Indian flag and Indian tonnage. Whatever in the facilitative ecosystem by way of policy or by rule is provisioned for should not undermine the addition to Indian flag tonnage, because shipping per se is a strategic asset and we will invest in that accordingly. There can be no dilution of India's maritime national interests. The fourth part is essentially, other than safe, sustainable, and secure shipping, is the smart shipping, where the connect with technology is there. With these 4 pillars, I would be requesting all of the eminent dignitaries present here to handhold us, take this forward so that we are able to translate what has been propounded earlier in the Maritime India Vision and subsequently in the Amritkal Vision. There are policy gaps, there are deficits, and we are here to address that within the framework of these 4 boundaries that I very clearly laid out before you. I thank you for the opportunity. and my colleagues here to join me. They themselves are eminent stalwarts who have led path-defining changes. Madam Joshi herself spearheaded multiple initiatives which stamped gender equity under her leadership at the Shipping Corporation, and we will forever remain grateful for that. It was a new leaf turned in the Indian maritime history. And of course, Sri Sharma ji is spearheading the entire initiative of what is happening in the financial innovation scenario at GIFT. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now invite Captain Basin, our chairman of CMMI, please come on stage. He will speak a few words of Jagannathan ji.
Thank you, Captain Bhandarkar. Shri Jagannathan ji, actually in the morning, we started our session, but I reserved few words for you. As I said in the morning, this is the first time that the company of Masterminds of India is shaking hands and doing something in the commercial shipping. And the credit for this goes to actually Director General of Shipping, Shri Shyam Jagannathan ji. He is the one who propelled us and gave the responsibility to Bhandarkar Shipping and CMMI to make this venture. And this is a very good opportunity for us. I was listening here to Mr. Ashwini Shankar, Mr. Ashutosh, and other speakers in this session. Gift City, the question asked by our Kesh Singh ji, it's a mind-boggling thing. We run ships as a professional, as master, as seafarer. We do a training establishment. But as I said earlier, all our professionals are placed very well in commercial shipping. But that symposium, the togetherness was required, which started under your leadership, sir. So we are very grateful to you. And as we are commemorating 75th year of Director General of Shipping, is the August occasion to come do this symposium. With that, I will thank you and thank all our esteemed speakers. Thank you, sir.
Sir, please sit down. Now I'd like to invite to bring a bouquet of flowers. Ma'am, can you please present a bouquet of flowers to Shyam Jagannathan ji? Can we give a plaque for Shyam Jagannathan ji, sir? Ashutosh sir and Basin, can you please do the honors? Thank you. Sir, thank you. Can you please sit down and we'll start our proceedings again. I'm grateful to Sir Jagannathan ji for coming. Sir, आप यहीं रहिए. आप यहीं पर. Captain Chadda, can you please take over the mic? Thank you very much.
Yeah, hi everyone. Once again, we have the second topic now, ship financing options, loans, leasing, and structured finance. Our session chairperson is Mrs. H.K. Joshi, former CMD SEI. Mrs. Joshi started her career as a lecturer in Delhi University in 1983. I see a lot of people here from Delhi University. Okay, they're not making Bombay look very nice. And was a rank holder in post-graduation in commerce from Delhi School of Economics. She then diversified to attain close to 4 decades of multi-industry corporate experience, including 7 years at the board level in the Shipping Corporation of India Limited. The first full-time functioning woman director on the SCI board in 2015. Through determination and perseverance, she became the first woman chairperson of SCI in 2019. Please give her a big hand for that, please. A fellow member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India and life member of the Institute of Public Administration, she also holds a Master of Business Administration and Financial Management. She has held several additional and multiple charges during the challenging period of the pandemic, along with the key position of CMD SCI, namely Director of Finance and Managing Director, India Ports Global Limited. Turning around organizations through uncertainties and crises is her forte, as is seen in the turnaround of SCI from a loss-making entity in 2014 to sustained profitability, the trend which still continues due to the strong fundamentals etched into the company during her period there. Mrs. Joshi is the recipient of several recognitions and awards for personal achievements, as also for the outstanding performance of the company under her leadership. I must also add that she wears some of the most wonderful saris, so adds that much more color to any event she's present at. I'd like to invite the speakers here, Mr. Warren Pinto. Please come up, sir. Warren Pinto, an engineer armed with an MBA, is the Chief Financial Officer of Seven Islands Shipping Company. He has been associated with the company since February 2016. He is responsible for the financial functions and for managing the financial risks, and has expertise in these aspects of shipping. Warren obtained a bachelor's degree in engineering in the field of electronics and telecommunications from the University of Mumbai. Okay. Thereafter, he worked in the technology industry for companies like QAD Inc., that's incorporated, and Thirdware Solutions, implementing enterprise applications with a focus on the finance and accounting modules for several large manufacturing companies like Avery Dennison Corporation and Visteon Corporation in India and abroad. He then obtained an MBA in finance, corporate accounting, and corporate strategy with academic honors from the United States. At Seven Islands, he focuses on a variety of areas, including corporate valuation, audits, acquisition decision analysis, project feasibility reporting, reducing financing costs, financial modeling, corporate financial planning and analysis, treasury management, bank and lender management, and relations, as well as investor relations. He has additional charge of information technology projects and their implementation across the Seven Islands Group. Give him a big hand. He has such a lot of work and he's still over here with us. Brilliant. Thank you so much, Warren. Mr. Shardul Thakkar, please. As I said, the steps are going to challenge your fitness levels. Mr. Shardul Thakkar, partner Mullah and Craigie Blunt and Coro, is a veteran maritime lawyer. Lloyd's List ranked him top 10 lawyers, highly regarded for his work in the LNG sector, particularly for interesting and highly geared finance deals in relation to infrastructure projects, energy, ports, and ships. That's Mr. Shardul Thakkar. Please give him a big hand. Very senior gentleman, and a very senior professional and lawyer of our industry. Mrs. Joshi, would you like to begin, please? You have exactly 30 minutes, please, 30.
So good morning, everyone. Since we are running behind schedule and to catch up with time, as the chair of the session, I'll be speaking less to bring out the best out of both my speakers. So what we are going to be discussing today is ship financing options, loans, leasing, and structured finance. So I think the tone was set in the previous session where the problem is with the financing for the Indian ship owners. So the basic issue about the Indian tonnage, I happen to have served as part of the government. So I understand the philosophy and the spirit of the Indian government. So while our small Indian ship owners do have an issue, I would like to say the spirit of increasing the Indian tonnage and increasing the Indian flag would not be compromised. And considering that what Gift City has to offer, the objective is to bring back all those investors who have been on the offshore into the Indian domain by trying to give them the same type of advantages, but the Indian flag. So that is the first step towards increasing the Indian tonnage. Now that spirit would not be compromised, so that I'm answering your question from the previous session where you said that why not have a foreign flag in the Gift City? It would defeat the objective and the purpose of the advantages which the Gift City wants to give, with the primary objective of increasing the Indian tonnage. With that said, from the previous session, what emerged was the objective was not to migrate the existing Indian ship owners from onshore into the Gift City. The objective is to get those who are offshore registered into the Indian domain. So that would prima facie put the existing Indian ship owners to a disadvantage. We need to address that. Point two, I'm just setting the tone for the discussion because eventually it's the money which makes the world go round. And while I'm better known for the all-woman officers sailing, people in the industry know that actually finance is a very dry subject. So what you do in finance never gets glorified. But I pride myself for turning around SCI, and that was through pure financial engineering. When I took over the reins of SCI in 2014, we were not even able to service our debt because of the type of funding which we had on our balance sheet. So my first job was to refinance those loans. And Mullah and Mullah know it because all those financing agreements went to you for the legal vetting. So while the Indian maritime industry talks a lot about operations, and we are primarily into the service sector, serving the ship industry, and we are also into a lot of ship management and seafaring. The Indian ship owners are not increasing in numbers because of all financial issues. So the importance of finance, I'm very happy with this session, and I immediately agreed to come and participate because I think I'm a hardcore finance person. So I can talk better about finances. So we are going to be talking first, I think, Mr. Pinto, because the legal comes later. First, let's talk about, because Seven Islands has done a lot of ship acquisitions and you've increased your Indian tonnage substantially. So what was your take on what is the best mode of financing, loans, leasing, and or structured finance? And what did Seven Islands do? Yes, Mr. Yeah, sure.
This is a question regarding the previous session. The question regarding the previous session is that in Gift City, if an Indian ship owner registers, would the crew serving on the ship also get tax exemption? Today we know that Indian crew, when they serve on foreign flag vessels, they are fully exempt from tax. Is that the same situation for the crew when they work on an Indian flag vessel registered in GIFT City?
That is not the situation right now. I think so that they feel that they stand to ministry. But right now, no, that's not the situation. I think when it comes to personal income tax, it's a amendment there. One of the it's not so quick. If you work together.
So Ashutosh ji, what you're going to gather from this session is the woes of the Indian ship owners, which are primarily relating to financing. And of course, tax also I consider as part of the financing. So there are several issues. We've got to ensure that the Indian ship owners do not get disadvantaged by the initiatives because it will defeat the purpose otherwise.
Just one correction I want to put here. If that is Indian ship owner, I think I'm logging up. Okay, so I think Indian ship owners, they're not disadvantaged. What I mentioned by incremental, I mean to say that we don't want to really shift the base completely. So for example, if one of the ship owners want to bring an incremental ship, if he's able to get a better financing term in domestic India, they can do so. But if you think that it's more efficient in GIFT FSC, they're more than invited there. They can establish. Some of the leasing shipping companies are showing interest. The point is, it should be incremental to India as a country. It could be incremental tonnage, incremental ship as well. So existing ship companies are invited. Thank you.
So moving on to Mr. Pinto, the case study of 7 Islands.
Right. So it was very pertinent to know. Actually, when 7 Islands started 22 years ago, our promoter, Captain Thomas Pinto, made loan proposals, of course, because he was a captain, of course, and he was starting out his journey in ship owning and ship operations after working for about 4 years in another company. So when he decided to begin this journey of ship owning and operations, he made loan proposals to various banks in the hope of receiving funding for his first vessel, for 7 Islands' first vessel back in 2002. He was rejected by 32 banks back then. So the 33rd bank, with assistance from another chartered accountant who joined him later on and stayed with us the course and is also a director on our board today, Canara Bank, a PSU bank, decided to give Captain Pinto a chance, and they gave us our very first loan back in 2003. This was after 32 rejections. So resilience is one thing we learn the day we step into 7 Island shipping, and we try to make that shine through our work and through things we do. But what is very important is once a bank trusts you, particularly a PSU bank, it's important to maintain financial and operational prudence right through. There shouldn't be even an iota of doubt in the mind of a PSU banker regarding the prudence of a shipping company. Unfortunately, what we saw over the last 10 years is certain shipping companies went bad. A lot of Indian banks burned their fingers in shipping. And that completely turned away the confidence of banks in the Indian shipping sector. So around 2013, 14, 15, a lot of banks turned away from the sector. In fact, they had a negative opinion internally. And once a bank has a negative opinion on a sector, no shipping company, however good they may be, will be able to receive funding there. So we were, in general, the shipping sector in general was harmed by the incidents of default that occurred in the sector about 10 to 12 years ago. But Canara Bank, of course, trusted us. Luckily, they didn't endure any calamities in shipping, so they're standing by us. From 2003 till 2015, they were our only lender, our sole lender. They helped us fund 10 ships by then. Buying and selling net about we had around 7 ships back then. But because we were able to demonstrate financial and operational prudence over a 13 to 14 year period, back in 2015, we received our first round of private equity from an American private equity fund. And that also gave more confidence to other banks when they saw that a shipping company had been so resilient, so prudent, survived the downturns of 2007-8. We even acquired vessels during that downturn, surprisingly, in a way, we took advantage of some other companies that were struggling, and we were right there to acquire their vessels when they were in distress. So we prevented their loan from going bad, so to speak. So we helped the banking sector there as well. But it was our operational efficiency that helped us garner this reputation over 13, 14 years. We had Bank of Baroda then come in as a second lender to us in 2015, helped us enter the crude oil segment for the first time, where we acquired two Suezmax vessels in 2016. We followed that up the next year by acquiring our first BLCC, and back then SCI was the big boy in BLCCs, So apart from SCI, I think it was just us, and I think SR Shipping had one BLCC back then. So it was a very proud moment for us, from for a company that started for 50 lakhs of equity capital, suddenly having a BLCC, two Suezmaxes. So it was this growth, and then that is what got the interest of private bankers. Private bankers have always been more conservative than PSU bankers. PSU bankers, I think the entire intent of the nationalization back in 1969, 1970 was to be a little more receptive to local business. But private bankers have a very strict mandate. They will fund you as long as they are absolutely certain that you won't go bad. Of course, even then there have been accidents and there's been trouble there, but private bankers usually are late to the party when it comes to lending to asset-heavy companies, particularly. So, after all these years of working with Canara Bank and a few years of working with Bank of Baroda, HDFC stepped in, and Mr. Thakkar here has also worked with us through HDFC. He or his team goes through our documentation also, so he'll know that. HDFC stepped in. With HDFC, India's largest private bank, coming in, a lot of confidence in the shipping sector in general, and in Seven Islands in particular, grew within the banking sector. So that's why we have a lot of more private banks that have now joined our portfolio of lenders. We have more private banks wanting to join in. We don't have vessels and vessels to give them, but they are lining up at our door, only because of the opinion that changed in shipping. And I don't credit only Seven Islands for that. Great Eastern did a fantastic job. SCI did a wonderful turnaround. So these 3 or 4 larger companies in shipping did extremely well after 2016 and 17 in trying to change the image of the shipping sector so that the banks would be interested and confident in the shipping sector. So today, I think banks are a lot more receptive, not just PSUs, but even the private sector banks. So I think it's a turnaround story, in part attributed to Seven Islands Shipping, but also companies like SCI and Great Eastern did a fantastic job back then to change our image and our opinion.
So, Mr. Pinto, specific to the session topic, was it specifically balance sheet financing or was it asset financing? What was the method and the mode of financing?
So it was always asset financing. Banks now have become so bullish on us that they are saying we'll fund your balance sheet also. Just take the loan and decide whenever you want to buy the ship. But we don't do that. We are very clear about not being over leveraged. We try to keep our asset. We try to make sure all our covenants are very comfortably met. And we want to always be ahead of our financial covenants and operational covenants. So we haven't, although balance sheet funding is available to us, we haven't really taken it. It's always been asset funding.
So there was a question from the previous session that while the vessel age is about 25 years, the pressure on a ship owner is that you get financing only for 7 years. At max, even if it is offshore financing in the ECB, I think I'll be talking to Mr. Suresh Swamy later on. But even ECB financing is not available for more than 7 to 10 years, which is offshore financing. So even if you are not under FEMA, you still under the ECB norms. And offshore financing would still be a problem with respect to the period of financing. I think the government is trying to address that issue by trying to get infrastructure status for shipping, while the government also has a problem because infrastructure status is given only to infrastructure sectors. And shipping per se is a service sector. Now, a service sector cannot become infra. So there is a slight dilemma. And the government also has a problem that if it was to give infrastructure status to shipping, then why not aviation? And that is another issue that we all together need to resolve, that aviation and shipping are poles apart. There is no commonality, even though they may come under the transportation sector, but the fundamentals and the basics of aviation are totally different from shipping. And that is probably the reason that the Gift City has been able to make success out of aviation leasing. But ship leasing is still not picking up to that extent because we cannot compare the two. So I think that is one issue. Coming to our senior speaker, Mr. Shardul Thacker. Sir, you would have done, I think, practically all the financial agreements with respect to all the financing in the Indian domain. So what would you like to share with us with respect to loans, leasing, structured finance, and what needs to be done? Because you look at those loans agreements from both perspectives. Sometimes you are from the lender's side, sometimes you are from the borrower's side.
Well, generally we are from the lender side and very seldom from the borrowers. Except HDFC has been you all have been an exception. So barring that, 7 Cs, we have always been from the lender side. Now, you see, ship finance is a process. Sorry.
Just hold it like
Yeah. Ship finance is a process by which finance is made available to a ship owner to assist in the ship-related investments. This can be anything from buying a new ship or which is under construction at a yard, or acquiring a second-hand vessel from another ship owner, or repairing or converting, altering or modifying an existing ship to refinance the existing debt of a ship. So this is the crux of what the ship financing aspect is. Now, going into details, while the source of funds for ship-related investments has traditionally been banks, debt, but other sources of financing, both debt and equity, from the primary, secondary markets are also available and have become increasingly widespread in recent years. Debts from Indian lenders. Now, shipping companies can borrow in Indian rupees as well foreign currency loans from local banks. There is Indian branches of Indian foreign banks or financial institutions. However, as the interest rates which is charged by domestic lenders is much higher than those offered by their foreign counterpart, very few shipping companies borrow loans from domestic lenders. Now, this is the real problem. So that is what makes it necessary for an Indian shipping company to drop a subsidiary to Singapore, and the subsidiary, being a Singapore registered company, will be in a position to borrow money from a Singapore bank at a much cheaper rate. And that is something which is then done. So the subsidiary company, say, for example, of Great Eastern, will then charter the vessel to the parent company. And the parent company will then pay the charter hire to the subsidiary, from which the loan and the interest will be serviced to the Singapore entity. Now, this is something which needs to be brought ashore over here, and which I would expect that Gift City will make it possible. Now, as a domestic borrower in India is costlier, shipping companies usually borrow money from foreign branches, as I mentioned. However, debt borrowing by Indian companies from foreign banks and financial institutions have to be in compliance with FEMA and the rules and regulations framed thereunder, including ECB guidelines framed by RBI from time to time, and drawdown usage of loans, repayments is monitored by the authorized dealer bank of the borrower. So loan documentation in respect of loans borrowed from foreign lenders is governed by foreign law, usually which foreign courts have jurisdiction, which results in increasing cost of borrowing, not only in terms of documentation, fees for documentation, but also in terms of the loan and security enforcement in a foreign court and a foreign jurisdiction. Now, debt from gift cities. Since the setup of Gift City, an international financial service center in Gujarat, most of the shipping companies are borrowing loans from Gift City. This is so since Gift City, in spite of falling under Indian territory, is for the purpose of trade operations, treating as a foreign territory, and hence shipping companies can avail low interest rates from borrowing, exemptions from stamp duty and other benefits, which restrains Indian law and jurisdiction to loan documentation. Since Gift City is treated as a foreign territory, the provisions of FEMA pertaining to ECBs has to be complied with. Then debt from equity holders. Some companies finance wholly or partly the vessels through loan borrowings from their equity holders, that is the shareholders. Loans can be borrowed from both Indian and foreign entity holders. However, FEMA will have to be applied to loans borrowed from foreign equity shareholders. Now, who is a foreign? A foreign equity is when direct foreign equity holder with a minimum of 25% equity holding in the borrowing entity, or indirect equity holding with minimum indirect equity holding of 15%, or group company with common overseas parent. Then is a foreign equity holder. Now, in case of foreign currency denominated ECB is raised from direct foreign equity holder, ECB liability equity ratio for ECB raised under the automatic route should not exceed 7:1. This ratio is, however, not applicable if the outstanding amount of all ECBs, including the proposed one, is up to $5 million or its equivalent. For the purpose of ECB liability equity ratio, ECB's amount will include all outstanding amount of all ECBs other than INR denominated, and the proposed one only outstanding ECB amounts in case of refinancing, while equity will include paid up capital and free reserves, including shareholders' premium received in foreign currency, as per the latest audited balance sheet. Both ECB and equity amounts will be calculated with respect to foreign equity holders, where there is more than one foreign equity holder in the borrowing company. The portion of the share premium in the foreign currency borrowing in all lenders concerned shall only be considered for calculating the ratio. The ratio will be calculated as per the latest audited balance sheet. Now, the sale and leaseback transaction. We've been talking a lot about sale and leaseback. Now, a sale and leaseback transaction is an arrangement in which the shipping company sells the ship to the financer and leases it back. That same ship from the financer is the purchaser. The seller of all assets become the lessee and also acts as a provider of ship and purchase, becoming the lessor. By this two-step transaction, the original owner, there is a seller and stroke the lessee, receives the proceeds of the sale in cash, plus the operational and economic use of the vessel for the period of the lease. A sale and leaseback transaction can be either an operating lease or a finance lease, depending on whether the main commercial risk is transferred to the lessor through the leaseback contract. if the contract substantially transfers all the risks and rewards incidental to the ownership of the asset to the lessee, the sale and leaseback transaction would be a finance lease. If not, it would be an operating lease. And that is the crux of the matter. The risk is the key issue to be determined. Inclusion of a non-cancellation clause in the contract plays an important role in determining the nature of the lease. If the contract contains a hell or high water clause, then that is a clause stating that under no circumstances can the lessee cancel the contract, then regardless of the contract will be considered as a finance lease. Otherwise, it would be an operating lease. The importance of the hell or high water clause lies in the fact that the risk is expressly transferred to the lessor, from the lessor to the lessee. A finance lease is 100% financing method of a financial lease is 100% financial method. It covers the full cost of equipment used in the business, that's the ship, by providing 100% finance. The lessee is not required to provide or pay the margin money as there is no down payment. Finance require additional guarantee or mortgages over the ship. I will not go into the essential features of financial lease because I understand that there is a separate session, this topic. Now, structured finance. Shipping is a capital-intensive industry where vast amounts are required to back up acquisitions. Financial institutions, in order to preserve liquidity at high levels and achieve minimization of credit risk through diversification, often consolidate. Groups of banks syndicate, which one of them acts as the arranger or issuer that has syndicated loans, divided into smaller tranches to the borrower. In recent past, ship financing activity by banks have become less, and the capacity of shipping deals in the market has minimized due to the economic slowdown. Hence, the core relationship between banks have tended to form a club of lending arrangers. Most critical is a risk-laden business. Ship finance has a large extent remained a specialty sector on account of the number of unique characteristics associated with the shipping industry, such as volatile market, international service, mobile assets, and others. Many lenders tend to shy to the others, yes. Also, unlike other jurisdictions, disputes pertaining to mortgages or vessels cannot be subjected to arbitration. Hence, except in case of sole mortgagees who may sell the vessel without having the enforcement of its rights in court, in all other cases, security can only be enforced by resorting to courts. So one must ensure that if you are a first mortgagee, you must not give consent for an underlying second mortgage on the same vessel. And that is the importance, which is a right which the mortgagee must not use. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shardul Thacker, for that very, very detailed information. And I think that is something which ship owners would want to utilize for taking their decisions. Considering this is a very contentious subject and something which the shoe of every ship owner is pinching always, I'd like to open the session for a Q&A from the audience.
Thank you. Very quick question. We have to go for tea break, all of us, right? So I'm speaking on behalf of the audience here. Thakkar Saab, thank you very much, Pinto Saab. I agree with you. The way in the manner the banks were rejecting our proposal of financing ship acquisition. And for small first timer, for us, they had a special rejection bench. You want to buy ship, go there. Automatic rejection. So I agree. So in course of time, we also managed some funds and we managed to acquire tonnage. And then we started talking to the bankers that the inhibition, why they? Obviously, the industry is not as popular as aviation or well-known or common. Plus, they say it's a tonnage, which is asset, which is floating, moving from one place to another place. But one point, very pertinent, and that's to Mr. Thakkar, and very hypothetical, sir. SARFAESI, I'm a lawyer also. So SARFAESI Act, Section 31, if you would remember, it exempts ships, airline, and agricultural land from non-judicial securitization. So they said, we don't have any hold over the ship because it's an exempted category. So that adds to their inhibition of fear. So you think doing or amending this act would help in some way or allaying their fear, sir? Thank you.
Could you just elaborate your question in the latter part of your question? What was the latter part of your question?
So the SARFAESI Act advantage,
right, yeah.
Non-judicial adjudication or securitization of asset. So it doesn't go through the litigation process. Section 31, I think, of the Act, if I remember, exempts 3 assets from non-judicial securitization. One is ship, airline, and agriculture. Agricultural land, of course, for social reason. They didn't want the farmers to sell their land. But airlines and ships were seen as a moving object, floating object, flying object. And they said that they should be exempted. I don't know what was the reason, but that instills some doubt and fear in the mind of banker, what I've heard from them, in financing the ships. So if that amendment is done, that is removed. I don't know if everybody will support that from shipping fraternity. Do you think, that's why I said it's a hypothetical question. Will that probably, build confidence in bankers to finance the shipping?
See, basically concerns of the banks and finance institutions have increased since the enactment of the IBC Code 2016. This is so since secured creditors is not allowed to enforce its security interest against the corporate debtor during the corporate insolvency resolution during the CIRP. In view of the moratorium clause under Section 14 of the IBC, Section 14.1c specifically provides that the adjudicating authority on the insolvency commencement date shall be ordered direct moratorium for prohibiting any action to foreclose, recover, or enforce any security interest created by the corporate debtor in respect of the property, including action under the SARFAESI Act 2002. The right of the secured creditor are restored only if the commencement of liquidation process against the corporate debtor under 33 of the code. After the commencement of the liquidation process, a secured creditor can either realize a security interest or relinquish its security interest to the liquidator estate in accordance with 52 of the IBC. Thus, unless a secured creditor has accelerated the loan, and this is the importance of it, he must accelerate the role and enforce the security before the shipping company comes under CIRP. Its rights will only be restored if and when the liquidation process are commercial against the shipping company. So basically, the lender must ensure that the shipping company is meeting all its obligations of payment to its crew, payment to the bunker suppliers, and operating costs in time. If they are not, then you need to exercise your rights and foreclose as an event or default. And that should be considered an event or default. If you fail to pay your crew every month, it's considered an event or default under the document. And that is what needs to be drafted very carefully in the loan document.
Thank you.
There's another question.
Thank you, sir. Madam, if you permit, a quick question for Mr. Warren Pinto, addressing the elephant in the room, if I may put it that way. We're talking about loans from banks, Indian banks. What kind of rates are you able to negotiate do Indian banks follow LIBOR or SOFR plus 2, 3, 4? Or how does it go with rates?
So it depends on what kind of loans you take. Now, in shipping, because your revenue is mostly denominated in dollars, you have a natural hedge against dollar loans that you take. So you can take cheaper debt in US dollars. Today, of course, we know dollar loans are not so cheap in comparison to the rupee loans because the carry has decreased to just 1%. But back in the day, about 3 or 4 years ago, the spread between a rupee interest rate and dollar interest rate was up to almost 3 or 4%. So that time, dollar loans really made sense. The new benchmark after LIBOR has been phased out is now SOFR. So you can, depending on your credit rating, your credit rating that you have with the recognized credit rating agency, and the internal rating that the bank assigns to you based on their diligence, you might be able to get a loan, say for SOFR plus between SOFR plus 100 basis points to SOFR plus 400 basis points. That's the range that you might. And if you're taking a US dollar loan for the first time, it could go as high as SOFR plus 500 or 600, which is more expensive than a rupee loan. So that doesn't make sense. But otherwise, maybe SOFR plus 100 to SOFR plus 400 is the range.
Can I have a question here? Just one question. This is to Mr. Pinto. Seven Island, is it present outside India, Singapore? One, two, outside, are you able to use foreign flags? And three, if foreign flags enabled in IFSC, will it bring Seven Island Singapore back to IFSC?
First of all, sir, it might please you to know that we are completely Indian flag. All our vessels are flagged in India and owned in India. We have only one office in Mumbai today, currently. Foreign flags at various times have been an attractive option. We haven't really gone that extra step. We considered ICT, what we call Indian controlled tonnage, that is where vessels could be owned in India and flagged abroad. So what that does is it gives you the benefit of tonnage tax based on a 2014 circular of DG, I guess, 2015, I guess, sir. But it gives you the second right of refusal, not the first right of refusal in terms of charter contracts among Indian charterers. So today we are completely Indian flag. To answer your question, we have our ships ply abroad, of course, but they're all flagged in India even today. But the option of flagging abroad is something that we have toyed with, the idea, but we haven't yet gone the step and done it.
Thank you for a very interactive audience. And I think for the rest of the sessions, what I would like to suggest is that leave at least 10 to 15 minutes for the Q&A session, because the objective is to attract what are the pain points that the ship owners feel. The questions which are pending, I would request you to please speak to the specific panelist during the networking session, as we are already lagging in
Actually, a
time.
generic question I tried to ask the last time as well. So just 2 minutes if it's okay with everybody. So actually, I represent K&K Ship Management. We are basically port terminal operators and harbor tug owners. So my question is actually basis this in case, let's say we own 11 tugs. So, and we are all Indian flag vessels. If we decide to register our, come into the gift city, what about, let's say, picking up $8 loans and everything?
I'll just interrupt you here because none of the panelists are specialists to be able to answer that question on Gift City. If you could because Mr. Sharma is there, we've got Subramaniam Swamy, just catch them up during the networking and get the solution to your problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
dear
ma'am.
panelists.
Thank you. That was a wonderful session there. And we'd like to give you tokens of appreciation. Can I have Captain Sir, please come up here on stage. He is our warden, Captain Kapoor. Sometimes looking at people and forgetting their name altogether. Captain Pankaj Kapoor, he is a warden at CMMI. Make that very, very clear. Come back again. Okay. Okay. Mr. Shardul Thakkar, please. Mr. Warren Pinto. Thank you so much, Captain Kapoor. If we can get a group photo here, please. Friends, we have a tea break now. Please collect a coupon here from the doorway there. Turn right out of that doorway and turn right again. Right at the back over here is the tea place. It's called the Speakers Lounge. Speakers Lounge. 10 minutes only. Thank you.
positions spanning the maritime industry verticals of commercial operations, consultancy, academia, and research as well. He's on the board of research of Indian Maritime University. He's a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers. He's also a fellow of the Nautical Institute, UK. He's a fellow and, of course, the elected warden of the Company of Master Mariners of India. He's currently the resident director of Maritime Training and Research Foundation that is promoted by MASA, a highly respected industry association, and heads the Maritime Academy of Chennai. And we thank you for traveling all the way to Mumbai just for this session. Thank you, sir. He was the founder and vice chancellor of the India's first maritime university, that is AMIT at Chennai. His research papers have been published in high impact international journals like Safety Science, and he has been an invited speaker of many conferences in India as well as abroad. He is the editor of IIRE Journal of Maritime Research and Development, an international peer-reviewed journal devoted to research in the maritime domain. So truly a research person. He has also referred and reviewed research papers of top international journals like the Maritime Policy and Management Journal of Navigation at the World Maritime University Journal of Maritime Affairs. With that, friends, may I present to you Dr. Captain Suresh Bharadwaj. Please take over the proceedings.
Thank you, Captain Pradhan, sir, for this wonderful introduction. May I now invite the speakers on the dais, please. We have Shri Madhvendra. Yeah. Okay. So Madhvendra Singh, he is the CEO of Gujarat Maritime Cluster, which is our country's first maritime cluster, which is enabling a very synergistic collaboration in the maritime industry, logistics, service providers, relevant government regulatory agencies in the GIFT City, which is now, as we can see, is opening to power possibilities in the maritime sector. We now have Captain Vikas Switch. Captain Vikas Switch, please. Can I invite the others as well? Mr. Amit Oza, Director of Astamar Shipping, and Mr. Janmay Bhatt. Captain Vikas Switch here. He is the Chairman and Managing Director of iMarine Infratech Private Limited. This is a ship owning company, ship leasing and marine services company. He is the current president of Indian Coastal Conference Shipping Association as well, and which represents the trades and interests of coastal shipping industry, which includes ship owners, ship managers, freight logistics companies, and shipping agents. Welcome, Captain Vikas. Mr. Amit Oza, he is the director at Astamar Shipping and Trading Services, Ahmedabad. He is the consultant and subject matter expert with PwC, GIFT IFSC, and he works on ship leasing, acquisition, related opportunities at the GIFT IFSC. He is a member of Baltic Exchange, London, and he's a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers. And he's very, very active in a diverse field of maritime shipping finance, freight management, port regulations, maritime cluster developments, and of course, consultancy. He's been a great resource for us in organizing this particular symposium here. And we also have with us Mr. Bhatt, Mr. Janmay Bhatt. He is an ICWA and a company secretary and the chief financial officer of Ambuja Shipping Services Limited, which is a part of the Adani Group, and it operates cement carriers on the coast. He has wide exposure to finance and compliance issues in the shipping sector. So, ladies and gentlemen, on one side, we have the proponents of IFSC, if I may say, with Mr. Amit and Sri Madhvendra Singh. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Captain. It's a pleasure.
So starting with you, sir, as we met in Gujarat, I was mentioning to you a decade ago when this concept of the Gujarat Maritime University was developing and being discussed in Gujarat. I had the opportunity to work along with the Gujarat Maritime Board. And we said that, yes, it should be a university in the commercial sector. We should also have a maritime cluster to support the academia so that the skills which are necessary for the industry should work together. And the GMC germinated from that idea of an integrated triple helix approach with the industry, academia, and the government collaboration. So you have been heading this GMC now for a while. What do you think are the objectives, if you can tell our audience, and what kind of success stories you have, and what are your focus areas now?
Thank you, Captain Suresh Bharadwaj, the chairs of the session, all the dignitaries and distinguished guests. I thank all the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Unfortunately, I'm sorry for not being physically present among you. As you said, Captain Bharadwaj, the whole idea of creating a cluster was to basically bring in not just a common visibility into what is happening in the maritime sector, but also to provide a common platform and a common voice to what is desired to take this industry forward. So in fact, in last 14 months that I have been the CEO of the cluster, we have been able to provide quite an amount of synergy to understand the industry's requirements. And also we have been able to identify certain bottlenecks that was considered and seen as challenges to the industry. And we have been very fortunate to have the support of the government, because we are in government agency with the government of Gujarat, and we are sitting in the GIFT city, which is the first financial center of the country, and which is also a designated SEZ. So in fact, all my good friends who are sitting there know that how we have been functioning with all the academia and the industry and the government working together. Going forward, we realize that there is also a need to provide a single ecosystem and a physical infrastructure where all these stakeholders can basically come together and take advantage of the synergy which is created. So therefore, we have now taken sanctions for creating within the GIFT SEZ specialist infrastructure, plug and play infrastructure for all the shipping stakeholders who can take advantage of the incentives, the tax provisions, and the ease of doing business provisions that are being offered within the GIFT IFSC. And also, we have the vision kind of a look into what's happening in the future, because we are not just connecting the academia, industry, and the government, but we are also collaborating with the international stakeholders, the international UN agencies, the international organizations, institutes, and also international experts to understand that how the systems, how the processes are working abroad, and what are the best lessons that we can learn from there and adopt in our country. And we have been, just to tell you one success story, you asked me that, out of the provisions that we have brought in the ship leasing framework within IFSC, we have been very fortunate to have the support of Director General Shipping, the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Ministry of Finance, DPIIT. They've all worked together basically to understand the requirements that were projected to them, just like bringing the voyage charter, bringing the shipbroking services within the ship leasing framework. Also making an amendment 29 Bravo to the SEZ Act for the first import of a ship into India. And they have been very, very forthcoming in basically making those provisions active, because Earlier, what would happen is there was no common understanding of these concepts. And then it took some time to basically go through various offices to basically understand the pitfalls, the pros and cons of a particular concept. And when the government has to really implement something, it has to look into various, multifarious aspects. Like DG also was mentioning in the morning, when it comes to flying a foreign flag from the gift city, he talked about maintaining the strategic asset numbers for India. But that's a concept of foreign flying from the gift city needs to be looked in a broader perspective. I'm sure we will have discussions further on that subject matter and probably find a better way that we can incentivize our ship owners to, and also the ship leasing companies to basically work out of the gift city. Also, we are committed and working towards creating a research, a startup and innovation center. And we are already in touch with a few startups which are doing wonderful work, which have also been awarded at international forums as well. We are getting into the first of its kind maritime satellite network to give us basically the ownership of asset tracking and visibility into our logistics networks around the country, as well as on the high seas and around the world. We're also in the process of creating a digital single platform for like kind of an e-marketplace, which would be providing, connecting the demand and supply of the shipping market when it comes to, the chartering ships, or when it comes to movement of cargo and broking services, everything can be done online. Now, most importantly, like we had Mr. Thakur also earlier, who was speaking on the forum and talked about enforcement of contractual rights when it comes to the shipping contracts. So fortunately, the alternate dispute resolution has provided a preferred mechanism for the businessmen to resolve their disputes out of courts in a more time and cost efficient manner, which has given them the power to basically, take control of their cash flows, take control of their businesses, and not be subject to the pending litigations in courts, and then suffer with all kind of financial difficulties that come on the way of it. So we have also created a dedicated maritime, first dedicated maritime international maritime arbitration center here, and we have our rules, and that to basically understanding the convenience of the industry to also have ad hoc provisions. So with the cluster and the GMAC center, we are providing provisions of both the ad hoc and the institutional arbitration that the disputes can be resolved through. The challenges that comes with the ship mortgage enforcement is something which needs to be looked at in a very comprehensive manner with respect to the SURFACE Act, with respect to the Insolvency Act, because that's a right of the lender in rem, and the rights in rem cannot be enforced through arbitration so far. But to basically understand the whole spectrum around it, we will have to find a way that something can be done for as regards to the enforcement of mortgages to promote ship financing also from the gift city. So all in all, that is what we are looking at, Captain.
Yeah, sure. So a very critical catalytic role to bring the collaboration between the industry and the regulators and the academia play a very important role. Thank you, sir. Coming back to you, Captain Vikas. I think you being a master mariner, you are probably representative of the aspiration of every member of this organization to be a ship owner at some point of time. And you are seeing the developments now, but you have gone through your ordeals or tribulations. We would like to hear it out from you, sir.
Hello, can you hear me? Thank you, sir. I think any person in any domain, not in shipping domain, would follow that domain knowledge. If you aspire to be at the top level of that, you can, but you never aspire. And the first SCI capital is installed when I was a kid. He introduced himself as the owner. And I didn't understand that. Why master is calling himself the owner? Because he's truly the owner's representative. That time it occurred to me that Captain is actually owner, although not a shareholder, but he is representing the owner. Just like a power of attorney, which is represented. So I had to wait till I become a captain. And after 99, I quit shipping after 5 years in command. Continuing on the GNCC and from 10 years, NMXC. And then I became a superintendent for 5 years at AC Maritime Group, Hong Kong Group. And in 2003, I thought, and I wrote, scribbled on my diary that I may be a ship owner in 2005. And I will be a ship owner in 2006. Maybe something to write better vision for us. And it so happened that in 2004, end of that, I resigned and started my company in 2005. And fortunately, my blessing of God was my support structure. I could buy my first car in 2006. So vision got realized. And that time I went from bank to bank, like Mr. Pinto was saying, the CFO of CMMI. Similar to Mr. Thomas Pinto's experience, I must have gone to almost all banks. Maybe 45 banks. And everybody said that, what have you got? I said, I have 100. So what do you want to buy? I said, I want to buy a ship. A small tug, second-hand tug, which is about 10 years, 8 years old. It was costing 2 crores. So I said, you have to tell me a target that what I have to bring on the table. Presently, I have to. So then I went to some friends that I need this, and I will repay you by certain date. And it was very clear to me that whatever I tell my friends, if somebody said that you pay me back everything with interest after 1 year, I will do that. I will borrow from somebody else and give it to you. That promise has to be held. That is very important. If this is, I'm telling you a story of a small shipowner. And first generation has to do all these things to realize the history. So this is my short story. And then the last ship which we bought was 120 CR. It builds up slowly. And this was in 2006, just to add a little bit more than the other countries. That the bank that gave me, they said you got nothing, but aapki niyat saaf. Your intention is there, your resolve is there. Like he said, Mr. Pinto's resilience was there, and he carried on and carried on. A lot of banks reject you that because you don't have a balance sheet, you don't have any background. I didn't have a charter also, it was just a passion. So what will bank do with the passion? But somebody sees the spark in you and gives you an opportunity, and then it starts. Have I answered that?
Yes. Very inspiring indeed. And yes, we can see a lot of audience. Mr. Amit, you have heard Captain Vij and what he has gone through from where to where, and you are one of the great proponents of IFSC. Would you have any solutions for him? Can you just take us through what is the leasing market internationally and what is on offer here?
Thanks for bringing it back to the leasing markets. The first question would have been a bit difficult to answer. So I have a small presentation with a few slides. So after what Mr. Shardul Thakkar presented in the morning about financial leases, I think a lot has been clarified in terms of what constitutes a financial lease. I'm more of a marketing stroke shipping markets person. So what I'm trying to do with these slides is maybe give an overview of where the ship leasing market is currently globally, and where India is in this market. Can we have those slides, please, if it's possible? So the first question. Thank you. Just a few slides to give a perspective, since this is a conference on ship leasing and ship financing. So the story for ship leasing begins with the international banks withdrawing from their traditional ship lending markets. So as we all know, after the crisis and during the great downfall of 2016, when the freight rates globally went to the lowest, which has been ever recorded in the history since freight started getting recorded, most of the Western banks started withdrawing from the shipping markets. So as you can see from the first chart, from peak of about 450 billion, the Western banks withdrew to about 300 billion. So that's been a substantial fall in terms of traditional banking lending in the shipping sector. And as you can see, this continues. The second graph next to it shows that even in the year 2002, there has been a small decline. This graph basically again gives an overview of what I mentioned in the first slide. If you compare 2008 to 2001, the banking finance, in 2008, the top 10 accounted for 70% of the top 27 banks in terms of volumes. By 2021, the top 10 accounted for only 40% of the top 50 volumes. And that was taken over, as you can see in the second graph there, mostly by leasing companies and Asian Exim banks. In terms of non-banking, the top 10 in 2021 accounted for 28% of the top 50 volumes, which was almost non-existent earlier. You can go to the next slide, please. Yeah. So these are the various forms of financing. I thought it's prudent to sort of just talk of why leasing is really preferred. If you look at the loan to value ratio, a leasing option is probably the only one which provides for an 100% LTV. All the other options would keep some amount of equity to the borrower. The ticket size is quite large. You can see up to $200 million. Margin levels are very competitive, and security concepts are far less onerous than other forms of lending, because essentially the asset is owned by the lender. You obviously have large international banks giving more competitive terms, but again, they're limited by whom they can fund. You have regional and niche specialist financiers, but they're expensive. Their ticket size is much less. And you have credit funds, which are far more expensive and more opportunist. So it's difficult to make business sense with those sort of that sort of funding. Is it visible? I mean, it's not visible from here. Is it visible to the audience? Right? Okay, I think nothing nowadays is complete without talking about the Chinese story. So China started quite early in ship leasing. While ship leasing existed in some form or the other in 90s, it was actually in late 2000s, after the crisis, that leasing really took off in China. And as you can see, 2008 was when the first domestic bank funded the first leasing the vessel with financial lease. And today, if you look at the top 10 Chinese owners, 5 of them are actually leasing institutions. So they own the assets, but they don't actually operate it. They're only basically leasing it to clients worldwide. So if you look at any major shipping company, be it on the bulk side, LNG, containers, they all would most likely have a Chinese leasing component. That has been the success of the leasing industry. So in the next slide, I've tried to capture some of these deals. So, and again, we can go to the previous slide, please. So very quickly, as you can see, Huazia is a financial leasing company. It's not a bank. The one previous to it. The one previous. Thank you. Yeah. So it's a leasing company, and they funded a NYSE listed Norwegian company for 2 LNG carriers. And these are just some examples. If you look at BOCOM, which is one of the largest Chinese ship leasing banks, they have now exposure of over 100 billion rimbinis, which is about 13 billion. There are now more than 10 Chinese leasing companies with an asset base of more than 10 billion. If you look at some of the smaller ones, they have very large US denominated assets, which means that they're lending outside China. They're not lending only to Chinese companies. Go to the next one now. These are the examples of some of the European finances. So the shipyards have jumped into the bandwagon with simple leasing structures. You have SFL, which is a specialist leasing organization looking at which has leased container ships. You have Australis. If you look at the Australis is one of the major ship finance companies which uses all sorts of structures for leasing companies internationally. Interestingly, the finance lease component of Australis is actually higher than their mortgage loan. So this structure is now so popular that, especially in the second tier companies, the financial leasing is considered as a better option than simple mortgage loans. So if you can go to the next one. This is, of course, nothing is complete without talking about JOLCO, the Japanese lease. So one of the main advantages of a Japanese lease is that the investor enters into what is known as an anonymous partnership. Now, under Japanese tax rules, an anonymous partnership exists when a listed company or a company with shares invests in an operator or a lessor or in a business, and he can actually claim the depreciation of the entire asset by making a small investment. So JOLCO has been very successful. A lot of shipping deals, including a couple of Indians who are set up abroad, have acquired ships using the JOLCO model. Another main advantage of JOLCO is that mostly the Japanese can fund up to 100% of the value of the asset. So that's something which has made this as the preferred means of financing ships for operators who have financial constraints. If you can go to the next one, please. So this is how the pure vanilla Korean leasing. Koreans are also quite big, as you know, not as big as the Chinese and Japanese. They would typically form an SPV, go in for lenders to fill up the gaps to achieve financial closure, and have an overseas SPV, and that would then have a typical lease structure abroad. Quite a bit of Korean leasing is again to overseas companies. And one factor we see in most of the successful lease organizations is that they're not restricted to local markets. They're able to fund global markets. And that's what gives them the scale and the expertise to actually service the domestic markets. Again, Hong Kong, this is an example of a particular jurisdiction coming up with special incentives for ship leasing companies. So Hong Kong has come out with a specific legislation which allows for special tax and other regulatory advantages for ship leasing companies. So you have 0% tax, capital gain exemptions on ship disposal after leasing the ship for a continuous period of 3 years. So you have zero tax and you have zero capital gain if you have kept the vessel with you for 3 years. Similarly, for the ship managers who are actually managing the vessels leased by Hong Kong-based ship leasing companies, you have zero tax for associated companies and a reduced 8.25% tax for non-associated companies like brokers, etc. So this is the regime which has proved very successful, and you find that a lot of ship leasing companies are now based out of Hong Kong, especially ship leasing companies originating from China. So I'll just quickly dwell upon what are the key issues in India. Obviously, I'm not aware of any lease agreement which has been undertaken by any Indian financial institution. Of course, there are a lot of NBFCs, there are a lot of banks, but I'm happy to be corrected if you know of any lease agreement with sale and buyback or any of these structures undertaken by Indian entities. One of the key issues, of course, expertise. You need deep expertise of the assets and markets to enter into such agreements. You need legal expertise like what Shadul Bhai here has, which luckily we have. You need training institutions. Captain Bhardwaj is here. We have IMU, we have other institutions which I'm sure will fill the gap. The focus of leasing companies needs to be shipping again. We find that whenever we try to approach leasing companies, it's a black box for them. So they're not even willing to talk about it, let alone sort of get into any leasing structures. So we need to have some sort of concerted effort for leasing companies and banks with leasing portfolios to look at maritime assets. Taxation, that's again another very big factor. And maybe GIFT IFSC may be a way out where such structures can be set up in GIFT IFSC. Regulation flagging, I think a bigger hurdle is there are certain banking regulations which prohibit banks from owning assets, owning more than 30% in an asset. There are a couple of other regulations which hinder Indian financial institutions to enter into leasing. Yeah. And yeah, I think flagging has already been discussed, so I won't talk much about it. I'll just end by saying that for any Indian institution to enter into the ship leasing business, it has to be a global in nature. It has to be a business plan which caters not only to the domestic industry, but also with a view to compete and succeed globally. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Well said. Hello.
No. Yeah. Mr. Bhatt, coming to you. We have a ship owning option from Captain Vikas with. There are leasing options which have been detailed by Mr. Ahmed. If you have to sell this concept, you've been operating in this field for quite some time. If you have to sell these options to your Adani group, have you done any study like what I see and non-IFSC here? Oh, it is very much. How the banks do the aid of the shipowner recently part of what oil. 6 of people have been debated the communicated agency that process is on come with the right. So act as a sunset clause. So I want to know that globally or in your experience, how the banks use the aid of the ship. For example, someone comes, may not be in New Delhi, and you want to buy a ship 10-year-old. The prudence requires that the ship should be very young, so that you have a long commercial life. But there are situations when a particular type of ship is required and it of higher rate and very much condition. So how will the bank view it? Say it is 20-year-old or 25-year-old, but depending on the segment type and what type of ship it is.
Sure. No, I think a part of the answer lies in your question itself. So one shoe doesn't fit all. So there are lenders and there are financiers who would look at specific opportunities. There are older ships which are doing perfectly well in certain trades. If you have the salt trade, if you have the clinker trade, if you have maybe smaller dirty cargoes on the tanker side, right? You would actually find it difficult to operate modern vessels on these trades because these are low value cargoes. They're on short hauls. So there are financiers, and especially on the leasing side, if you look at some of the financiers who enter into ship leasing financing from Dubai or from Singapore, you'd find, and typically they're smaller banks and smaller lending houses, but there is definitely a market there, and it is being met by a certain specific segment of investors in niche markets. So to answer your question, yes, finance is available. And obviously, supply and demand in free markets, there will always be, people who would come up with products which would serve sectors and markets depending on as and when the demand arises. So there is definitely a market for it, and there's definitely supply of finance for such trades also. But DG shipping, again, that's a completely different question. That's in the Indian context, and as you know, the circular also applies to 406, 407. So not only can I not flag a ship, I cannot even charter a ship which doesn't meet those requirements. And it doesn't matter if the vessel doesn't come to India. If I'm an Indian entity under 406, under clause 12, it also extends to what I can charter. So if I want to move salt from West Africa to China, sitting in India, I can't charter that vessel which is older than what is as per the circular BP. So there are several issues there, but I'm sure that's being looked into.
Yes. he has studied something about the chemical company and the first thing is the most assess the finance. How the Indian company get the financing. He has a difficulties, many difficulties. You make of interest on the bank side and NBFC, etc. Because they are one stream of revenue, I say, it is the main issue because it is a cyclical business. Because in some part of the revenue, then the trade may come up and down. So it's a visual cyclical business. So for the particular street business, so after getting to 50, we have a different international banks. So they are here for what? They are offering the their pool of financing to us. We don't care. We will provide our credential. We want to create our higher credit. So they will give us the finance, required financing. And next thing is that if we go out of the term of taking the financing, then there is some inherent cost associated with that. And if a small company, they definitely cannot go outside Hong Kong, Singapore with financing. That if it is available now, it should be very helpful. Because your 26 banks open the window, or not window, they open the doors for legal financing plus. So it is a much bigger piece that we have now promoted by the government of the IFSC by opening the pitch. So, first point is that assessment now addressed by the many bankers now. We have to our attention. We have clearly and we get the cheaper rates, right? Because we have an income in US dollar terms. We are mostly fees. So we will get the benefit of that. And under benefits are tax benefit, which is much easier for vendors, which is actually not there. And plus, it is under the SEZ Act. So it's a special economic zone. People fought earlier. We have an in Mundra, which is a registered with the SEZ. So we have some benefits. Accordingly, if you register here, in the big city, there is a benefits like GST, right? GST and all the taxes are exempted for 10 years. And another thing is that for the sale of the vessel, there is a benefit outside big city register. There is a coming tax benefit is available for the sale purposes registered on the NC. So if you do not have that type of vessel of the sale property nature, then also you can register under the big city. It is a big benefit to us. So if we have some bargains of like that, we have a research company also, right? So we are offering our research for our use and for our services. So we are registering this one of the company here, and also this I believe is a compliance issue there, but for HCP, it's the ease of doing business there because they actually help us to get the compliance certificate and give the benefit to much needed industry. It's from license. Thank you. I think so probably should have another big name there. Very good. Before I go for the last one, some other standing by there. There is a controversial issue about the age bound, which I want to hold actually Rich for his views on this issue. Thank you, sir. My views, but I will give the views of our association. So, and the patient is in another debate session. Now, to talk about we healing the honor system. We have done some correspondence after this order, and before that also we had given inputs when asked. Now, matters under consideration. There are 3 points in this age now. Many of you will know that. But just to give our position, I'll reiterate those 3 points. One is that the order says that any dual industries has to be 20 years or less. No ship older than 20 years should be bought brought into the industry. The industry will not do that. So the position of ICSA is that is a level step and it's prospective. It's not a retrospective step. Number 2 is that, and this is uniform, non-discriminatory all across all types of ships. The second part is let's say, not in that particular order, but let's say the existing ships, what will be done to them? So the order says that the general trading license is valid till a certain age. Let's say 25 years for tankers and 30 years. Most of them 25, 30 years, and some ships which are traditionally known to be more strong or built like that of the operation 40 years. Without going into those details. So, like you said, that one size fits all is not a policy. So our submission was that we have a IMO regulatory framework where each and every ship, which is a merchant shipping vessel, and this order is for merchant shipping vessel, is undergoes various secondary surveys, and they are very extensive secondary surveys. All those who are in the state already know that every 5 years the renewal is done. And then there are annual surveys, there are black state inspections, smoke state inspections, all kinds of MNCs there, and security audits are there, ISPs. So there is already this industry is already over-regulated. And during this survey, the administration through the recognized organizations for themselves can come to know that what is the condition of the ship and they will do some recommendation. Because it is still renewal in our village, machinery and machinery has been rectified. So when such a regime is there, our submission is that why did our tax rate come with this intention of that limiting the trading life of the ship? And they have already made some exemptions to it has been exempted. So this all starts with the preamble of safety and pollution, whereas no matter the residents new or old, all are using for safety and right. So there is no correlation between the two. And the third aspect is qualitative checks to be done. And for that, it was not delayed when the order was written. So now 1 year is passed. And industry wanted to know, our members, shipping companies wanted to know that what are these qualitative. So hurriedly, or whatever you say that over the last 1 or 2 months, they must be drafting it out. Just at the back end of this 1 year completion, it said, this is the various checklist for the qualitative. Before that, 2nd August, when there was a big industry meet, Captain Bindari also was there as media. And there was a mass scale protest that what is the basis of this order? It doesn't go and then independent agency was appointed. So the third aspect of doing the qualitative norms and defining it right now is also it sounds like desire. Because now independent agency will be appointed and that has to be a non-independent agency. I wonder that why we as shipping industry and shipowner have all the domain knowledge about this trade. And the people in the DG shipping, the highest surveyors and officers of DG shipping, they can be consulted and we can rethink about it together. But this was a strange suggestion made by the committee that let there be independent agency and then of the record we do that it will be some IIM mostly, some management kind of institution. So I cannot understand that why can't we resolve with us those who are more aware of the shipping industry, how it is run, what the regulations are. So these are and we will request Nancy to elaborate that on the next section. We are running out of time. Ms. Madhavan, since your last words, there was a lot of positivity developing around GIFT City and IFSC. If it grows, what kind of ancillary effects and multiplier effects it will have in GMC, and are we ready to support that?
Yes, sir. So thank you, Captain Bhardwaj, for this question. In fact, in my opinion, I strongly believe that shipping is where the ships are. And if we are in particular talking about ship finance from the GIFT IFSC, of course, when the ship owning and the ship leasing grows from GIFT, of course, the whole ecosystem is going to grow. And when it comes to the ecosystem, to begin with, let me first talk about the one low-hanging fruit that we are looking at right now, is that we are working on a policy that's called Design, Build, Fund, Insure, Operate, and Recycle in India. It's like end-to-end kind of a policy that we want to bring in. And when it comes to the finance part of it, the three aspects that I look at is, one is there lies a great opportunity in the feeder ships on the both East Coast and the West Coast, which now the East-West corridor is being met by these ships out of Singapore, Malaysia, being the transshipment hubs also, and also on the west side from Dubai, with the transshipment hub being in Sri Lanka. In fact, we are working in the Great Nicobar Islands where the transshipment hub is coming. There is a new Adani port also in Vizhinjam, which is also, in my opinion, is coming up as a good transshipment hub. There is going to be a large requirement of these feeder ships. So if we can begin with funding the new builds of these feeder ships and create a good fleet of these ships, that's one business that I'm looking at, business model, very fruitful business model that I'm looking at. Second is, of course, to do with the coastal cargo, logistics part of it, as well as transportation. Both logistics and transportation, I see a great amount of potential which lies in, and those kind of financing can be done to basically increase that coastal fleet also. And third thing also, with respect to what can be done, low-hanging fruit again is these vessels and the inland vessels that are operating, also with the inland waterways. That kind of fleet also is required, and the kind of growth projections which I'm seeing in the inland waterways also would require those kind of financing. So these ancillaries with respect to ship finance, we're also intending to create India's first P&I insurance. Of course, it's a mutual clubs which needs to be created, will take a lot of time, and it requires a great amount of funding. But to begin with, a fixed premium insurance that can begin with these inland vessels or the smaller vessels would be a great point of start. In fact, in our discussions with the ministry also, we have been projecting these avenues which can be utilized immediately. National insurance is going in for almost like a 14 million cover in the liabilities. In the P&I also, they're doing it. But what we are looking at also is international collaborations to create that kind of capacity building and understanding within India, where we can have the liability covers also being provided to our ships, so that the premiums that are going abroad can be retained back in India also. Then, of course, when it comes to other aspects of growing economy, which the ancillary service providers would certainly play a major critical role, is when it comes to the ship management services, whether it's to the asset maintenance, whether it comes to the crew management, the technical management of ships, which is going to be an important aspect. So I'm seeing a lot of interest in these international players who want to shift their operations now from the GIFT, because they see those incentives being provided in the tax havens abroad can also be utilized from India itself while retaining the economic strength. And otherwise also, then the whole thing goes. In fact, in a recent interaction with the DP World, I was told in one of their studies, they found that if only we can digitalize the customs processes and the port clearance processes, we can bring in an efficiency of 63%. I mean, we can improve the efficiency by 63%. This is mind-boggling, actually. We are working on those aspects as well, the bringing in the technology through our research and startup centers. When it comes to the futuristic requirements and compliances with respect to the ESG and the SDG compliances, so that's all the businesses now need to basically work with those points in mind. So that kind of international collaborations we are trying to look at, where we can have the standard form understanding of how these provisions need to be built in our day-to-day business. So I see a great growth potential for the ancillary services if the whole ecosystem starts to begin. Thank you, Captain.
Thank you, sir. And very positive note on this. And a wonderful initiative, the 7th year of Director General of the Bank. We will, any questions? We are running out of time. Okay. So, mementos, yeah. And we are invite Mr. Mohan Singh. He is the, I think, the lone representative of Institute of Higher Engineers here with us. To please give away a memento to Mr. Matel Singh. Can I invite Pradhan, please receive a memento on behalf of Matel Singh and Sri Pal Singh from Institute of Higher Engineers. Please hand over this memento to Super.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So, Mr. Matel Singh, sir, on your behalf, this is being accepted by Captain Pradhan. Thank you very much for coming on that.
Thank you.
Okay, Captain Vikas Rich. One person. Captain Vikas Rich. Thank you. The sound program, please. Thank you, Amrit. And Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. Okay, we have a good photo with Mr. Singh already on the street, Yes.
Thank you.
No, they are changing. It will be in the center. Please come. Yeah. Very good. Yes.
Sir, 1 minute, also give the class space for what? Oh my. Thank you. Now there is an announcement. Our committee has decided to have a slight change in the program because we are very scheduled. It's already lunch time. So the both sessions which we are supposed to have before lunch will be shifted to post lunch. So let's have lunch right now. We meet again at 2:45. Thank you. Okay, the lunch will be at the speaker lounge just behind the stage here. Thank you.
Okay, I would say we had still 50% bhara hua hai.
सुनो ना भाई, एक मिनट। देखो इधर में अभी ये जो है ना, ये स्क्रीन में वो एलईडी पे डाल रहा हूँ, ठीक है। कंफ्यूज हो गया।
It is decent enough. Clarity is also good.
ओके मैम।
और ऐसा डबल क्लिक करोगे ना स्क्रीन पे
वो
full
किसी को बात करना है तो वो भी बताएंगे।
माइक
नहीं,
जैसे जो आवाज आएगा वो इसमें जाना चाहिए।
आएगा। तो किसी को बात करना है तो वो आपको देखना पड़ेगा कि कुछ मैसेज में मुझे है।
आप बेफिक्र रहो।
अच्छा सुनो, वो मोबाइल है ना उनको पिन कर दो।
बंदे वो बोले हाँ
अच्छा इनको आपको होस्ट करना पड़ेगा ना?
हाँ वही ये भंडारकर पब्लिकेशंस कौन है?
नहीं
कैन यू मेक हिम द होस्ट? आई टेल हिज नेम।
नहीं
मत करो ना हो सके
अच्छा भंडारकर पब्लिकेशन आपका ही लॉगिन है?
हाँ।
यू ऑलरेडी ऑन द कॉल?
बस no, I don't have the, you are there, not the host.
No, I just left the meeting. I said
No.
Bhandarkar publication, then I left it.
You know,
No, who's you're the main, right?
Is it to I'll ask her.
Yeah, there's one person called, I mean, the name Bhandarkar publication as well.
क्लियरिटी भी सही है ना?
काफी है, ये मिलना तो बहुत बड़ी बात है। उनको सिर्फ देखना है
मैं ये अभी ये कुछ मुझे कर दो ना।
वही वो भंडारकर पब्लिकेशन का मेक यू द होस्ट।
Let me just look at it. Are you talking about me or my office?
Your office, I think. That ship, I think. But I'll show you.
Ship is then this phone. Tanisha, are you on? We have given you the host का thing. Are you there on the line? So now 1 minute.
Forward
Host, yeah. And if there's any questions or if anybody wants to talk, please take a call. 1 minute. I'll give it to you. You know, she's there.
Hello. Yeah. Are you the host right now? Okay. Can you just check? It is with a ship icon.
हाँ उसका ही है.
No, go to your participants. There, just आपका नाम क्या है इसमें?
मेरा नाम शोएब.
Just make sure.
iPhone.
Sorry, iPhone. There's one iPhone. नहीं ये laptop है.
ये लैपटॉप
Just one second.
नहीं देखा
I'll tell you the name whom you have to make the host.
बट मेरा फोन कनेक्ट है तो फोन का मैं बता सकता हूँ.
Host change करायचा तो चांगला
मंगल मूर्ति
Yeah,
होगा.
the ship logo is the host. Oh, can you just tell that person to? Okay, can you just tell the office person to make Summit 2024 as the host? No. I just given the name Summit 2024. So just make him the host.
तो मैं कर दूंगा.
Yeah. Can you call that person who has the control from office? Yeah. And tell them to make Summit 2024 as a host. Oh, thank you.
मैम का फोन लगाऊंगा तो फिर उस पर भी फोन आएगा.
Yeah. He'll do in 5 minutes. He has to call the person from your office. They are the hosts.
My office.
I mean, Bhandarkar publication with the ship icon.
मेरा ही है ना वो मैं ही हूँ.
But आप ज्वाइन किए मोबाइल से?
अभी नहीं हूँ.
हाँ, वही ये कोई तो है ऑलरेडी ऑनलाइन.
वो ना सेकंड वाला ना.
अभी सेकंड है ना?
नंबर मिलेगा ना.
I'll just WhatsApp.
She only is the host, right?
I called her. She's saying no, I'm not the host.
उसको बना दीजिए ना.
फोन का इशू हो जाएगा लेकिन
आधा घंटे वो फॉरवर्ड करो ना दूसरा नंबर पे है कोई.
फोन भी है ना.
कोई लेना पड़ेगा उसको.
क्या करें थोड़ा टेम्पररी बंद करो.
अभी बंद करो. अभी खाना खाने के बाद चालू करो.
जैसा आएगा ना वैसा कनेक्ट करो.
वो मैं कनेक्ट कर लूंगा. अभी तो बंद ही करूंगा ना. अभी थोड़ी बैटरी भी उतर जाएगी.
बराबर.
फिर आईफोन है वो कितने बैटरी उतरती है.
बराबर.
लॉगिन वाला तो
Sanjeev sir has told this to people.
Do you have a soft copy of this? Can you convert this signature page? You have this now with you in your system.
Yes, he's still in copy.
If you have in system, just convert it into the word, so I'll make sure. And then send it to you, and then it can be sent to whoever is dealing with. Where the signature is there, the Sanjeev will not be signing this. I'll make some changes.
Mute turn up the office.
If somebody else owns the car, you just get it on rent. As simple as that, I mean, if you pay for leasing stuff, that is kind of awesome. Just giving you the asset to you for your use, but the ownership of the asset continues to be with the owner. That's as simple, very simple element term that is what is operating. What are the financial lease? Financial lease is a upfront arrangement. You want to buy the asset, but you don't have enough funds to buy. So some intermediary is actually stepping in. Right? Let's say it can be a bank, it can be a financer, anyway. He's stepping in on the express arrangement that he will buy. But at the end of the lease period, so there will be, let's say, the lease period for 5 years. Which was specifically understanding that at the end of the lease
iPhone का mic बंद बता
the ownership will transfer.
iPhone का mic बंद बता रहे.
But how will transfer? It will not transfer as is. There will be a requirement for you to pay some amount. Which would not necessarily be the fair market value of the asset at that day. It may be a very normal amount at the end of the lease period. So he tells you, I will give the asset, use it for whatever purpose you want to use it. You pay me, please pay me these items during that period. At the end of the period, you either buy or you have an option to buy. And option to buy at a very normal expense. And the economic value or requirement is clear. He will make sure that he recovers the cost as well as his financing cost of the asset. In simple terms, that is what means financing, where somebody is actually stepping in and financing it, but he retains the ownership and ownership.
कैसे करायचं आहे आता?
What's the operating unit where you are nearly renting the asset?
Thank you for that very useful explanation. Coming over to you, could you explain what is the ecosystem that would be required to ensure that these leasing arrangements take place smoothly and successfully?
आप लाओ है ना.
So, first of all, I feel honored to share the dais with the dignitaries here.
Probably I'm the youngest
है ना
member
हाँ
of
बटन
the
दाब
ISC.
हाँ लागणार
So,
हा बटन दाबवा तुम्ही हा हे स्क्रीन मधून येणार
the ecosystem is
नंतर काय येणार
to
बसा
enable
तुम्ही.
such transactions. So I'd like to put some light on that. Gift City is divided into two zones. One is the domestic tariff area and one is the special economic zone. The domestic tariff area is as good as any other city within India.
Select
The coming on to the special economic zone. So special economic zone has been notified as IFSC, which is International
sound
Financial Services
only
Sector,
sound is come
which is being regulated
no
by
picture अरे पिक्चर की आएगी
IFSCA, which is International
कैमरा चालू
Financial
पिक्चर
Services
नहीं
Center
होगा
Authority. So IFSC Act was passed in the parliament by, so IFSC came into existence by a bill
मेरा
passed in
कैमरा
the
चालू
parliament in the year
है का
2000.
कैमरा रखा हूँ मैंने
And IFSCA got the powers under IFSCA Act 2019. There is a section under the IFSC Act 2019, which is section 3, where they have the powers to notify anything as a financial product or a financial services. So in 2020, a notification was passed by the government of India Ministry of Finance, where leasing was notified as a financial product. Now, under that, IFSCA has the powers to lay down subsequent regulations and frameworks to enable the products which will qualify as leasing. So that is how aircraft leasing came into existence in 2021, followed by ship leasing, which came into existence by a framework in August 2022. So when this framework came into existence, there was a lot of work which was involved to release the framework, which was in the form of the Safal report. So a committee had submitted ship acquisition, financing and leasing report to the Ministry of Finance to enable this thing in the GIFT IFSC regime. The report covered all the aspects right from financing, leasing, insurance, and owning a ship within the GIFT IFSC regime. So that is how under the finance company regulations, the IFSC authority brought out the framework for ship financing. And it is broadly dividing it into two activities, which is operating lease and financial lease. The network for each activity, GIFT IFSC is defined in the framework, which is $2 lakh for operating lease and $3 million for financial lease. And that is how the players have registered themselves, taken the license under the finance company regulation, and they are operating in GIFT IFSC.
So could you tell the audience that there have been many reasons with respect to the shipping in the industry so far, and which ones, what category that are operating?
So currently 3 vessels have been owned by IFSC, GIFT IFSC entities, and these vessels have been floated for the lease in the Indian continent for the coastal operators. And this has been largely the operating lease model.
So Suresh, coming back to you, now that we know Shikhar has informed us that what is the ecosystem. Could you get us delve into more technical and specific details with respect to the implications of operating and financial leases to a company? What are the accounting implications? What are the financial implications? Because basically it is how the two leases are going to be treated on your books of account and what implications that is going to have for the ship owners.
It's a complicated question, which has a complicated answer, but I'll try and simplify. So, and this whole lease accounting has undergone some amount of change over the last few years. Simply put, again, I'm oversimplifying, please bear with me. So, as I said earlier, the treatment for leases in books will be very different from the treatment of leases in tax. Right? As far as tax is concerned, when you do operating lease, it is as good as you paying rent and you paying deduction for that. Right? So that's simple answer. As far as finance lease is concerned, when you're giving on finance lease, the transaction is mainly financial. We are actually financing somebody, right? So the rental which you receive, that will get broken down into two parts. It will be the principal repayment and it will be the interest which you own. The lease rental which you receive in finance lease, the interest element will get accounted as, let's say, income, and the portion which goes into the repayment of the principal, that will go down and reduce your overall cost. So that's how the taxation will work. If you look at it from accounting standpoint, and India has some of you may be knowing about IFRS, and India has adopted Ind AS. So there is an accounting standard. IFRS is accounting standard 60, and India has adopted IFRS, which means that we follow for exactly what IFRS is, but it has made some minor changes to the IFRS guidelines. IFRS is a global say prescription of how accounting is India how accounting is simple. Right? So India has said we will not follow 100% what IFRS says. We will take our own models and we will adopt that. So that is India. So they have made India's for lease accounting is 116, IFRS is 16. Simple. So as far as lease accounting is concerned, and it is very interesting how the accounting happens. As far as finance lease is concerned, you are the owner of the asset that remains as is, and you continue to pay depreciation as far as those assets are concerned. When you look at operating lease in your books, the accounting is quite different. Even though you are not owning the asset, the standards require you to account for the right which you get for use of the asset, and it also requires you to account for the liability which you have to pay over the period of the lease. Right? So that's how the accounting treatment happens. So when you are drawing up your books, obviously, and when you're going to bank or finance, they will look at your books, and that will matter how profitable you are and how much profit you're making over finance will depend upon that. Versus when you go to tax line, you look at how this tax accounting is done and how you get a deduction for the operations. So simply put, that's how the accounting is.
Thank you. Financial leasing is a new thing, the manner you are explaining. So, two small questions quickly. When you said that leasing company can offer the rest of the lease, holding the patent remains for the leasing company of the asset for a certain period of time against certain regulations. And so the agency has an option to buy it. Now, is that an option or is it mandatory? The way it is really structured is option to buy, and the option is to buy at a very nominal rate. As a financer, you will always make sure that during the lease you do recover your earnings. Right? So you will never be a situation where you are financing the asset and then the lessee is not buying it, you are at a loss. That will happen. I actually have asked this question with some background and put maritime background to it. Suppose the lessee says that I don't want to exercise the option. So leasing company can lease out somebody else, right? I mean, we have not traveled that long to our that, but probably we have similar, almost similar arrangement with shipping, and that has been going on for 100 years. It's called demand is fast.
Since आपने I can take a ship on CBC airport from demise station, they get full operating control. And say that's for 5 years. Now the minimum I think is 3 or 5 years by RBI. And then I keep paying the fixed amount to that company. And that company is they'll be producing part or whatever, earning part. And then whatever period the DBCT contract is, the demise must take place. The assets must get transferred. So that's the difference between the two assets.
I think, Suresh, when we determine between a commercial use and a operating, also becomes one of the very important factors to decide which category of use it will be considered. While a standard proviso does say it has an option to buy, but the intention is that it will be bought. Only those cases when it is considered as a financial use, otherwise, so that option is there, but otherwise, we all have a lot of repercussions in terms of all the benefits of the accounting and going to happen for people as a financial use, because it doesn't truly happen to be a financial. So, we have a co-chair today in terms of captain contact, just because of the paucity of time we got sessions, but his position never doesn't get the minutes, and he happens to be the co-chair, so I will request him to talk to this panelists, panels half an hour, and I think give about 7 minutes to the audience. We plan to finish out by 4 o'clock. So I think by 3:50, we can have the discussions, leave 10 minutes for the audience.
Have to information the team.
Thank you very much. Much has already been said, and we have a lot of the time, so I will not go beyond just introducing my panel members. We have some very finest brains in actually industry which are part of my panel. They don't need any introduction. Their main, mere means an introduction itself. So let's leave it at that. And we'll start with probably Mr. Rajiv Nadia's presentation. If you can have that, and we'll try to finish it in time. Thank you for the kind words and very good afternoon to everyone. I try the scenario. Actually, it's okay because it's more for so it's okay. Not very difficult. A couple of years back, if anybody were to ask me, can regulations have an impact on financing, purchase, leasing, mortgage, etc.? I think the standard answer would have been, why there is impact? It's a standard regulatory atmosphere, it applies to all the regulatory transport. Whether we move from single hull to double hull tankers, impact on everybody would be the same. What would change? It really should not impact the same strictures, the same regulations. You would have possibly transition period, it don't really matter. Just be something which will be absorbed in cost. Is that the way we are going today? What I'm going to talk about in about 20 minutes. Especially two things which are happening on the regulatory sphere. One is the environmental concerns. The GHG reduction strategy. Where the second reduction strategy is aimed for 23 to 28 with specific targets as 2050 net zero. That is one. The other one I touch upon quickly because possibly it is not yet a mature enough concept, but it is the autonomous shipping which is coming into. So that I'll very briefly touch on, but more on what is the environmental impact going to do to financing, purchase, leasing, and mortgage. What would be the GHG reduction strategy? What does it mean? We have technical measures in place. The first reduction strategy included. So we came up with various things, slow steaming, energy saving devices, rating mechanisms, your CII, your fees, PRI, EXI, all those will also be covered. So is there any further scope technically to reduce from our present state to the future, considering business as usual and considering that transportation will increase? So how do we reach net zero? The only thing on technical measures, I think, is possibly some innovative measure come. We already have steps experimenting with wind sails, with various other measures, but maybe something innovative comes up which brings about a total revolution. Leave aside that, I don't think technically we have any more measures to take us forward to downward towards net zero. Maybe reduction.
Picture is okay now.
But definitely not.
Voice so clear.
Possibly if you want to reach 2030, by now something may go, but it will not carry on till net zero. The only thing which net zero is being looked at is alternate fuels. Hydrogen, ammonia, maybe if it gathers political wish, nuclear at some point.
बस आप लोग
If we are looking at that, where are we looking at how to reduce? Because frankly speaking, even for innovation, you do require analysis, you do require funds. And this is one area which at least in maritime I'm quite sure has not really seen, except for the makers, manufacturers who have their own interests, or to some extent.
I can't hear you the guys talking problem with the need to the mute then tank.
But maybe some land-based technologies may migrate into shipping, but that's for future. So what is happening for the future? The current methodology being worked with upon a mixture of technical and economic measures. Now, this is where the impact starts coming, because what does the economic measure mean? Incidentally, this will be possibly the first time for maritime where the economic measure will be coming into a regulatory capital. And now to understand the very basic on economic measure, alternative technology, fossil fuel technology. Cost of fossil fuel is here, cost of alternative fuel is here. CapEx, cost of a traditional vessel is here, cost of alternative technology vessel is here. There's a gap. Financially, it doesn't make sense for anybody to invest and cover this gap. How to bring about this gap? There has to be a fundamental comfort in the financial sector to be able to invest in this. So the economic measures are going to say we have to bridge this gap, and the easiest way is the one which is down, tax it, bring it up. The one which is up, subsidize it, bring it down, bridge the gap. The market will then balance out once it sees that there is a sort of stabilized market for alternate fuels or alternate fuel technology. So that is what the economic measures are going to carry out. So if you are running a fossil fuel, you are going to get tax for using that fossil fuel. If you are going to run an alternative fuel, you are going to get alternative fuel, possibly subsidized it so that it happens.
China copy to the
Now, if it was limited to that, possibly, again, it would be somebody's business vision. One would say, yes, I feel that I would, considering my trading pattern and all, I would benefit a lot from this scenario. So let me invest in new technology, alternative to fuel ships, let it be methanol, let it be ammonia, hydrogen, whatever. But there will be another impact on this. There is also a concept how we develop these first leaders. Because what makes them flip over from A decision, which is a tried and tested technology, to B decision, and that will be a sort of an incentive to the first movers. Now, here is where your
chip owning, etc. start coming into play.
ये पूरा clear
Because it is no longer going to remain a simple thing of one people. There are concepts of ruling. You are a large ship owner. Or a group of people. Either sell it to, or if you own that other asset, negate it. These are the concepts we talk about. Now, what does this lead to? And where trade is involved, then you have a very different approach to ownership, you have a very different approach to financial structures, you have a very different approach to leasing. And it will also be very regional dependent. So your whole concept of operating your vessel would sort of be not really focused on a single sort of asset with a known trajectory. You know, depend a lot on how the other segment, if you are in fossil fuel, or the other segment is doing, it creates a linkage, and that is what financial institutions, fund owners, everybody will be looking at when they look at investing in chip. Mind you, Rafael will be talking a detail on that. When we talk of new technologies, there will be a cost associated with ensuring those new technologies also.
वीडियो ब्लर हो रहा है ना, हिल रहा है, वो दिखाई टर्मिनेटर वीडियो टैक्स का फंड आया.
This is not the only cost. You require more training, more capacity building. There will be a lot more cost in this. And it will still be easy to make for the funding institutions your simple spreadsheets and all, but then a key factor will be available. All your projections will go in a different direction if your excuse is not available. Just a note on financing, incidentally, there's something called a Poseidon principle, which provides a global framework for integrating climate consideration into lending decisions.
ये कैमरा नहीं है, ये मोबाइल कैमरे पे चल रहा है. हिलेगा ही थोड़ा बहुत. मैं तो मेरा मोबाइल लेके बैटरी डाउन नहीं करूँ, मैं ले लूँ.
Governing climate agreement among
किसी का वीडियो का कंप्लेंट नहीं है.
and I'm sure in the coming years we're going to listen a lot more about it. I think, as I said, mass is something which I would not have time to talk upon, but today it may not be relevant, but let's not keep our eyes close to that. Like GLP reduction, which is going to impact our scenario of chip owning, leasing, financing, everything. Similarly, this will also be a game changer, but maybe that is and maybe a bit more forward in time because we are still at a message stage of innovation process. Thank you very much, and I think that we can take over. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was lovely. I wish we had some more time to speak some knowledge. Even Hindi will say that ज्ञान की बारिश हो रही है तो छाता नहीं खोलो. तो हम लोग सब छाता बंद करके बैठे थे पर कमेंट करने. मेरा फोन करके मेरे को बोला अनवर और राकेश को लेकर अनवर और राकेश से
कोई पता नहीं है वो तो जीतू बताएगा.
So, Madam Joshi, Captain of Board, my fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I'm the last speaker, and that's a privilege always. I can extend. But considering the topic and this being the last lecture, the presence is not bad. At least 50% of it is there.
रात में जाना है ना पूरी को.
CMMI for next week. Board is covered both sides of the I'm sure you can understand the conversation behind it. Madam, मेरा कुछ शुरू करूँ. कैसे करें? So, during the day, Madam Joshi was saying, finance is a very dry topic. Wait till I make the presentation, I'm sure. You watch how bright and.
This one?
There's nothing brighter than insurance, sir. That's why it's 4 o'clock to lunch. Remember, Mustafa coming to the outline power to do this. So, the topic was chosen, I think it was an afterthought, to bring in under, underwriting as well. But, if you all remember, during the COVID time, we had summit, honorable
ऑप्शन है हमारा मोबाइल बिल्डर अपना है क्या करूं
these two gentlemen have to go back in their life, so in this documents that we will.
मैडम ये इन लोग चल
Sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, back to the topic quickly. Madam, the CMMI Honorable Minister made an announcement in last CMMI before the time in the summit that India should have its own CMMI ecosystem. Rightly so. Largest population, fifth largest economy, and we do not have a CMMI third-party liability ecosystem. And currently what we saw blackmailing by some major players in third-party underwriting. When India was importing oil from Russia, so the most strategic need probably that we should start working on having our own institution of third-party liability. So there are youngsters sitting here. I don't know if they are from any background, but they are here. Third party, who is the third party question? The third party liability, who is the third party? So in insurance contract, there is a person who is insured, and there is a person who provides insurance, and there is a person who is not party to the contract, and that could be general public, that could be a client, that could be through on board, anybody. That is third party. So, the vision of the government and the ground reality. I think this business has been spoken for 45 years. Number of placement of insurance, number of claims, cases, legal cases. I've had the opportunity to experience. So I'm going to connect the two, the vision to the ground reality, and see if there is a connection at all, and if there is, where is the connection?
एक्चुअली चार्जिंग लो है आईफोन में पढ़ाई से कोई अभी देखिए मेरा कितना हो गया 33 नहीं वो नीचे वाला खत्म हो गया एंड ऑफ द गेम
Okay. So, sorry for the insurance sector itself, our share in the total market is 3%. I think we have scope for improvement there. The penetration in every year insurance in India is very low at the moment. Out of that, the 3%, 76% is life insurance, which is also public policy. And 24% constitutes what we call it general insurance, which includes fire, maritime, health, agriculture, etc., etc. I don't need to elaborate. Those who are familiar, they know the marine insurance constitutes mainly two things: property insurance or other machinery, or third-party liability, property known as protection insurance. I was probably not mentioning loss of fire or carbon insurance, etc., because that's not the subject of this afternoon. The protection and indemnity insurance in India, and what is the legal position? Let's have a quick look at it. The Marine Insurance Act addresses
the marine insurance through section 2 definition and 74, but in a very vaguely manner, there is no direct addressing the third party liability insurance requirement under Indian laws. Whereas the UK has amended its law frequently to incorporate the third party liability as well. We leave it that, then the instruments of third party liability for entering the code government to merchant shipping code entry rules, which is 2015, these are very desperate relook. We have applicable conventions which India has signatory to, limitation of liability in maritime claims. We have inland vessel rules, decent rules, very important and relevant. And then IRDA, Regulatory Development Authority of India. The Indian shipping companies, they go for third party liability cover outside India. For that purpose, we require NOC from IRDA. And INSA reach out to them and then we take regularly the NOC, and that's how we go and take the insurance cover from outside India. So that's a regulatory position. This covered under PNI, all of you are paying position, rank, etc. I'm not going to dwell upon, but it is also known as open-ended risk or non-determinate risk. When compared to the property insurance or hull and machinery insurance, where values are agreed, in case of liability cover, the limit is set, but there is a wide range. It could be from nothing to $100 million. So that's why it is called indeterminate, and many who traditional underwriter are not very comfortable providing the liability cover in buying industry. Various sources of liability underwriting in India. Well, I have just addressed three broad sources or avenues. One is mutual associations, which are all outside India. We call them club or PNI club. The second one is fixed premium underwriters. There are some underwriters in India and outside who charge fixed premium and provide you the cover. And the third is even smaller ship owners, they try and get the indemnity for certain risks like wreck removal or collision, machinery policy, and for other risks like crew or pollution, they go outside. These are the popular, liability underwriting sources in India. I need to just draw two slides with a mutual insurance institution, which is known as club, PNI Underwriters Club. The idea is not that this is what is the route for us. In fact, it's totally reversed. This is not the target of the route for us. This is not an attainable target for us as far as India is concerned. So the mutual insurance association, they are called non-profit association that they are known as club. They rely on risk only like corporate system. One person gets some risk, but all of us pooling and that's the risk sharing. The proper and approved by the regulator of public is called IG, or institute group of clubs, club of 12 clubs. And the famous one are guards who in Japan. I mentioned Japan and China because Japan and China came later into it, and they also now have their mutual association. Both are writing ships which are not registered in Japan and China. Rajiv, one question that Japan's underwriting association has started underwriting vessels running on methanol and LNG. So that's a good development, and others will follow through. 90% of the global challenge is covered, liability insurance is covered through the IG club. Japan started in 1950 at an early start. China started in 1984. Today they cover 70 million tons, the Chinese association. Going further, that IG clubs have a risk pooling and reinsurance system. It's quite complex. Up to $10 million, each club bears the liability. Thereafter, it is shared with members and through reinsurance. IG has their own reinsurance firm called Hydra Insurance, which covers liability to 30 million. The idea, I told you this is a police subject, so we are in these things. So this idea is that look at the value, look at the number of vessels, establish the kind of funding, the insurance required. So this may need to start with an unattainable target for us. That's my emphasis. Coming to the fixed premium underwriter, this is very popular on small owners like us, and mostly many of them are based out of Dubai. They charge a fixed premium and then they cover you. Now, many of them have closed down recently or have joined taken over by other clubs, and premium have shot up badly. If I used to pay for a truck $4,000-5,000 a year, now they're demanding $8,000. Fixed premium I'm talking. So there's an urgency to do something about it in India. The third is through health policy, I told you, there's a clause in health policy which covers certain risks, liabilities for collision and wreck, doesn't cover crew, death, injury. So people take multiple avenues to cover their liability. Limitation of liability in maritime claim is a very unique concept that a ship owner can limit its liability. This liability concept predates companies law liability, limited liability. Right? The limitation of liability in maritime domain predates company laws limitation of liability for vessels. It was mainly done to encourage the maritime trade. If the liability is unlimited, who wants to get into this business? Tell me. So the limitation of liability is an international convention. India is signatory to it, and we are bound by it. So, what are the details? As of 2015, it described that a ship owner can limit its liability in case of death and injury to 3.2 million SDR. SDR is about 110 rupees. Up to a vessel of 2,000 GD, small ship, up to 2,000 GD. And for property damages, 1.5 million SDR for a vessel of 2,000 GD. Now, the catch here is that if a ship owner can limit its liability, then the underwriter has to do the same. And that gives the comfort to underwriters that they can also limit their liability in case of claim arising. So the reference is drawn because you will see what has happened recently in India in terms of regulation. So how do Indian ship owners cover their liability? Most of us, including Shipping Corporation of India, will go out to the club and obtain, because it's a comprehensive club, they have an ecosystem, support system, and nobody wants to take a risk. The vessels are in exit trade and they need proper cover. So most of them go to the clubs or global underwriters outside India. 2 minutes. So the small ones go to the fixed premium, and then there's a health policy which provides part cover. Inland Vessel Act was like Motor Vehicle Act. Motor Vehicle Act also, you get third party insurance is mandatory, but there's no limitation defined. It's the court that adjudicates. And we have the same system for Motor Vehicle Act until the time the act was revised in 2021, and my presentation starts now. Liability limitation and inland vessel. I was fortunate to be the part of the committee which drafted these rules. And that's why I can repeat that here. Look at the limitation of liability set under inland vessel rules. It's so reasonable. 10 lakh of life, loss of life, which is in the compliance with the workers' compensation. Vessel up to 554 crore limitation. Up to 3,008 crore and then up to 6,012 crore rupees. So if an Indian underwriter wants to liability underwrite inland vessel, his liability exposure as per the law is concerned is only 12 crore. I think there are some underwriters today, they don't need any permission, they can underwrite these vessels from the day one. Because the liability limits are set, and that kind of reinsurance can easily be obtained through GIC. All right, sir. So, key questions. Why do we not have Indian Insurance Institution? Number one. Do we have sufficient national credit to create an insurance institution? Do we have 1,500 ships? Sorry, sir. We do not have a talent strength at the moment. Would non-Indian owners willing to join us? We haven't started. It takes long time before you develop and other joining. Third one is, can we have an adequate initial partner and later generate sufficient fund to? Yes, this is possible. We start at low level, where we start getting support system, $10 million is enough for the partners. And the last thing is, can we get global insurance invested? And the final question is, do we have a skill-based ecosystem? Individually, we have people who understand this business, can provide support, but as an institution, we lack that. Right now. Final slide coming up, sir. Way forward. For registered as per under NSX, operating in foreign doing an NCB trade? Is it possible to have a PNI institution ecosystem mutual in India? The answer is no. None of the boxes are ticked. Second, small coastal vessel trading on Indian coast, preferably below 500 ft, non-cargo carrying vessels. Well, the answer is mixed. It can be phase 2 exercise, not a phase 1 initiative. Phase 2 we can do with some amendment in Merchant Shipping Act and Marine Insurance Act, because the liability levels have to be brought down for smaller vessels. And IRDA has to issue the notification. But where it is really good, we don't know how many inland vessels we have. I've been operating inland vessels for many years. And many of them are carrying cargo and we do not get proper cover. The answer is yes. Because the limitation of liability is so decent that a package can be we can easily create a package, the insurance can be done in India, and of course the follow-up or support can be provided if IRDA and the ministries agree. So this is what they call it, baby step, taking baby steps to creating mutual or PNI association institution in India, starting with inland vessel and then graduating to small coastal vessels. Thank you very much. My time is over. That was lovely. However, just to share with the audience, there is a lot of work in the government. A number of committees have been formed under different ministries, starting in the Indian Clubs, and probably we will see our Indian Club with a little bit of modifications in about 4 to 5 years' time. Thank you very much for sharing. Now to begin with, to any program to be successful, we have to start with a fantastic speaker. And for it to end all the success, we have to end with an illustrious speaker. So I'll hand over the mic to Madam, please.
Thank you, Dr. President, for all of the university. So I'll just open up the Q&A for the audience if you have any questions. We are here because we have an audience, so audience is waiting. We got 2 hands raised.
Hello. So, sir, actually, regards to the instances today, so regarding the finance fees and operating fees, could you please elaborate more on the depreciation part for which entity gets to take the depreciation and both of them? The depreciation remains with the owner. The owner will get the depreciation, which is the finance fees, the owner will get the depreciation. Yeah, that's how the operating is concerned, operating not owner, so that's why it's not regular. In both cases, patient remains with the owner. Right, and but then the moment the ownership changes, when the ownership changes, obviously the depreciation, whatever price at which you have, that's the end will be just the nominal price. Okay. This question regarding insurance, now we just lot of talk about an IGM, PNI club being formed in India. But as I understand, this PNI club will have limitations in terms of the sum that they cover, right? Because for it to be a comprehensively functional PNI club like one of the IG clubs, for example, for an MR tanker, medium-sized tanker, they will have to have pollution cover amounting to $1 billion, without which an MR tanker will not be accepted in most ports in the world. So, just to clarify, the IG club we are planning to have in India is going to have a limitation on the kind of vessels that will cover, or will it be very comprehensive? Thank you. So, sir, insurance is a business like any other business. You know, it's survival, revenue model, and the sustainability. Many fixed underwriters closed down their shop recently because they were covering small ship owners, very small premiums, and they were, and the spread was very small. They were running like one or two big claims and they are wiped out forever. So the global vessels which are referred to are engaged in exit trade and particularly practice. So the limitation of liability And for that size, it's quite high. Apart from that, you have CNC also applicable to them. So the idea of it's a mutual club is to share the risk. It's a cooperative business. So what kind of a pool we have? We do not have that kind of pool. When you look at what happens, some of the CMMI, CGM or manufacturing companies, 700 chips, but not only number, look at tonnage. The China started in 84, today they underwrite 70 million tons. What is India's tonnage? 20 or something? And China is not part of IT. But it's very popular in South Asia, the Eastern region, and many bits of the C-SPAN, Costco and all are also liability underwriting. So here we have that place, the tonnage place, which would be national, and if we develop credibility, others could join us. Which of course, probably take for a while. So the risk sharing is not adequate, liability portions are very high. So that's what I said, that aiming that high to start with, it's take time. And ecosystem also has to be, it's not about packaging the insurance, not about the premium or the liability. It's how you respond in case the risk materializes. That's what is very essential. So not a major uncertainty, they take baby steps, and then we see how it unfolds. Probably yes, but you have to make it. And as an inland vessel, because of the liability limitation, I understand that Indian companies, they can write the liability up to 50 crore by themselves. And compare this to $10 million liability, individual club has to share under the IT. That's each club has to pay 10 million. Beyond that, the sharing starts. And the insurance is at 3.1 billion. The scales are high, the volume is not enough, expertise, confidence needs to be bigger. You will answer the question, sir? Can I answer?
So I think we don't have any more questions from the audience. We are got on time. And my co-chair, Captain Pankaj Kapoor, and also all the speakers for all your enlightening information and discussions. But as far as the insurance is concerned, the path may be difficult, but we have to dream the impossible to make it possible. If we don't dream big, we'll never have it. And I think history has proven that we need to think and conceptualize before we can make it a reality. So on that note, I will hand it over back to the organizers, but before doing so, since we are commemorating 75 years of victory and in that honor we had this day, let us give a big applause to the administrator and the regulator who's been supporting the industry for 75 years. Over to the organizers, please. I think we have got our hand meeting next time.
Zoom call बंद कर दूं? Excuse me. Zoom call बंद कर दूं? अच्छा नेशनल एंथम लगेगा यहाँ पे कंफर्म करो मैं डालना पड़ेगा मेरे को अपनी
Thank you very much for your patience. Now, may I request Madam to give a large thanks to Mr. Swami who has come all the way from Game City. We are going to be asking you for the
मोबाइल पकड़ो ना हाँ वही डालना पड़ेगा ना मेरे को
all right, can I request Madam to give a large to our esteemed panelists with
करो उसको मीटिंग म्यूट करो नहीं हुआ चलो म्यूट है
May I now request Madam Rishi to give draft to the capital draft each. Now may I request myself to give a draft to Madam Rishi. I didn't want to share this honor with anyone.
मोबाइल का ना फोन कॉल का ना बहुत प्रॉब्लम जब तक होल्डर नहीं रहेगा ना मोबाइल होल्डर
Yes, good afternoon. On behalf of all the members of Company of Masterminds of India, I would like to give a plaque to Captain Pankaj Kapoor, who is not only a warden of CMMI, but also our legal advisor. That's not a moment, please. Last word, Captain Pradhan and myself are archways. So once again, we have lived our life together in young days together. Thank you very much, Minister. Okay, just a small note on this event. As the Company of Masterminds of India, most of us, the members here, we are from the managing and training industry. So all these years, we have had several seminars, several events. But this is the first time we thought of going with the other side of the industry, that is the financing part. And that is where we are today. And thank you to our Vivek Pandharkar, what do you do? Captain Vivek is busy organizing something. He is the one who organized this entire event. And we thank you very much. I wish you all the best. I'm sure from the time you came in this morning, you're going to leave the same door with a lot of more knowledge. With that, I thank all of you. Goodbye.
कल बजाने से क्या
कल बजाया था इसलिए अभी पूछ रहा हूँ बाद में नहीं बोला नहीं बोल रहा
हाँ ना नहीं चलो खत्म हो गया नो पेट्रोल पंप में भी आ ही रहा हूँ हाँ तो और कहाँ जाऊँगा चलो निकलो वहाँ से टेबल लपेटो पोडियम पर